welcome in. You know what time it is. This is the UFC Freedom 250 preview show. I am Mike Pendleton here with you guys all night long. I'm going to have Brandon Combs, the executive producer of BetMGM tonight, joining me here in a matter of moments. But because we were in a weather delay, things a little funky to get the night started. At first, you had a 8 p.m. Eastern start time. That did not happen. Then we had it pushed back reportedly until 9 p.m. Eastern. And then all of a sudden, now at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, the festivities are underway. So we are underway. We have a 7-fight card, weather permitting. I believe what I saw from the Weather Channel today was that if there is a lightning strike within 8 miles, there will be a 30-minute delay during that instance. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's have a great time. If you're in the chat, feel free to join us. And I, again, thankful to the coach for letting us sit in and do this watch along for you all. Pretty excited for this event overall, but mainly if you watched Coach and myself do our preview show, I was actually more excited to see where we go from here, because this event is great. I mean, look at the claw. You look at just the phenomenon that is Freedom 250 at the White House, which is insane enough in its own right. And then when you look at just everything that we have in front of us, the biggest thing for me is going to be, where do these fighters go from here? And when we know where these fighters go, well, then we will have plenty of excitement tonight. But I think as far as the future goes for the UFC, what we get coming out of tonight is most important. So you guys don't want to listen to me ramble all night long by myself, and we did not schedule this, and I'm kind of embarrassed. I'm bringing in my guy, Brandon Combs. Brandon, I guess we're just all blue, red, and white, baby.
Yeah. It's one of those things, man. The UFC, I get a tweet that we're going to start at 8 o'clock. I turn it on about 5 minutes ago. I'm like, all right, let me shove some food down my throat. And I see the president and walking out. And I'm like, oh, crap, they're starting. Oh, good stuff.
Yeah, no. It's Dana White showing us how he flexes his muscle. Brandon, I want to ask you, and this is in all seriousness now, for those of anyone joining us tonight, obviously we cannot show the fights and we cannot have it on full volume, but we will do our best to watch with you guys and live react. But Brandon, also, not only are you the executive producer of BetMGM tonight, but you've also served this country. And I've had an opportunity to talk to a few fighters, not even in the UFC, who have served this country and have had their opinions on this. So someone who has served this country, what is your opinion on the UFC putting on an event at the White House?
I think it's awesome. I mean, I think it's incredible. I know you're going to get a lot of, people leaning both ways. You're going to get some people with the political agendas and the political views about, oh, they shouldn't be doing this, or, oh, doesn't the president have better stuff? This is an awesome event. This is an awesome event, not only for UFC fans, it's an awesome event for military members, which I see military members in uniform that are sitting in the stands right now. This is an awesome event for the UFC to be putting this thing on. With all of everything that's going on right now, it's one of those things where you look at this event and you're like, wow. The 200, how lucky is the UFC that 250 runs right at the same time as the 250th birthday of the United States? Now, I know they didn't plan that when they first started this whole thing, but it's pretty awesome that it starts right about now. And it's kind of a kickoff to the birthday celebration before the 4th of July of the 250th birthday of this great country. So I'm excited for the event. All politics aside, I'm excited for the event. I'm excited to watch these fights. I think you're going to get a bunch of bangers. And every fighter that is mixed up in these fights, all 14 fighters that are scheduled on this card, are going to want to show out. I don't think you're going to see a ton of wrestling. I think you're going to see every fight end in either a decision with 2 bangers that just don't go down, or you're going to see 7 knockouts.
Yeah, I agree, Brandon. And also, how about this? We've got a once in a lifetime, and I'm simply not talking about the event. We've got Joe Rogan not in a black all black outfit. I mean, we've got him in. I thought maybe we'd get a little red, maybe a little blue, but we went gray and white. So we're getting Joe Rogan full suit. That
Yeah.
is itself a mission accomplished for this broadcast. There's a lot of storylines I want to get into before we talk about and watch these fights. Up first, we will have Diego Lopes and Steve Garcia. First and foremost, let's just talk about where we're watching this. Paramount Plus, $7.7 billion deal with the UFC. 60 million, no profits coming in for the UFC to put on this event. How big is this in terms of, if you look at where the UFC has come throughout their MMA journey on broadcast, all the way from the Spike days to,
Yeah.
I believe ESPN, I don't believe, really got behind MMA. It doesn't matter what the promotion is. I don't think that was ESPN's bread and butter. So if you look at where they're going with Paramount Plus, the fact that Paramount Plus put this on, how big is this for the subscription service moving forward?
Yeah, look, ESPN, all respect to ESPN. I mean, they're the worldwide leader in sports entertainment, and I love a lot of the product that they put on. But they've shown for a long time now that the fighting game and obviously the pro wrestling game is not really their strong suit. So I like what Paramount's doing. I think Paramount's doing a fantastic job. I like a lot of the different things that Paramount's going to be able to do. I mean, Paramount just made a major purchase the other day as well. So you watch what Paramount is doing, the way that they are growing, the way that they are going to be able to expand the eyes on the UFC and the things that they're going to be able to do. I think that this is paramount for the UFC in a time where, look, we've said it time and time again, the UFC needs a major star. Paramount Plus can start making some of these guys major stars, and I think that that's a big plus for the UFC.
I couldn't agree more, man. And when you look at, let me just take over the spotlight here for 1 second, and let me just tell you, Brandon, we're gonna get into a lot of these fighters, but this event would not be right if Michael Chandler was not on this card. And I don't want to hear anyone to say that this is me showing Bellator bias or anything else. Brandon, when you think Captain America, when you think USA, and you know what? There are some storylines that just happened right before we came on air with one Sean Strickland. And there are storylines about the future of Alex Pereira and how great he could be with a win tonight. But this card, absolutely, I don't care what anyone says. I don't care what anyone thinks. Michael Chandler had to be on this card. It didn't have to be the biggest fight, and it's not the biggest fight. But what a challenge it is. Let me just ask you from that perspective, without breaking down all the fights, because I want to break them down as they're happening or right before they take place, I should say. Who is the fighter you're most excited about tonight?
I mean, look, anytime that he's on the card, look, I am a huge fan of Alex Pereira. I'm a big fan of Sean O'Malley. Sean O'Malley, probably one of my favorite fighters of all time to watch. But the guy I'm most excited to watch is the guy I'm always most excited to watch every time he steps into a ring. I got to cover him when he fought Glover Teixeira. I got to cover that fight in Tennessee, and that is the big man, Derek Lewis. I can't wait to watch this dude throw hands with Hokit. Look, Hokit's got a chin, but Derek Lewis has those hands to rearrange that chin, and I can't wait to watch that banger because that's a one-round fight. That's a fight that might end in the first 60 seconds because both of these guys are going to come to and meet the center of the ring, and they're just going to throw haymakers at one another.
Yeah, I cannot wait. This is going to be, we keep saying it, but this is going to be a very, very special event. And when I look, Derek Lewis, I think after the performance Josh Hokit had, he absolutely had to be on this card against Curtis Blades after that fight in Miami. But then you look at, what this could mean for both of them. Brandon, let's just talk about it. I think it's the biggest thing that we are going to see tonight. And I believe we're actually getting our first walkouts right now. So if this is correct, we will have Diego Lopes, Steve Garcia kicking off this event. So Brandon, let's just cut out the storylines. Let's just get into this fight. Man, Diego Lopes might be your favorite fighter's favorite fighter. And you look at how Diego Lopes fights, and when Coach and I did our preview show for this event, we talked about where Diego Lopes is, I don't believe he's a guy who is falling off. I think he just ran into one of the greatest of all time in Alex Volkanovski. Is this too much of a step up for Steve Garcia, or is it the right time for Steve Garcia to have this fight?
I mean, look, when you're fighting a guy like Diego Lopes, I don't know if there's ever a right time to fight him because he's a dude that can always go and he's always ready to go. Diego Lopes coming off of a fight, was it December? Was his last fight January? I know he just fought recently, and he looked solid, man. And he didn't have to expend too much energy in that fight. So I like Diego Lopes a lot. I don't think there's ever a good time to fight him, but I think Steve Garcia, at this point in his career, I think Steve Garcia getting the chance to do something here knows that he can send a message. A win over Diego Lopes pole vaults your career. And if I can't blame Steve Garcia for wanting to take that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you know what? Steve Garcia has been on a roll. And
Mm.
let's talk about your what you just asked. Diego Lopes last fought January 31st. So, just a few 4 months ago. But there does come into question, when are you fighting too often? And when you look at Steve Garcia, his record, Brandon, it's not something to scoff at. Like, this guy is legitimately good, 19-5.
Yeah.
Most of his wins by TKO and KO.
Mhm.
So we're gonna do this for every fight, because I know we're about to get the walkouts here momentarily. Before we even get to the walkouts, which are gonna be unique and special in their own way, I actually can't wait to, as Jey Uso would say, run this back after the broadcast, because
Yeah.
everything that we miss from being on air, I want to go back and watch. But before every fight, I'm going to ask you the same question. What is your prediction? Who wins? What round and method?
Man, this is one of those things that I think this is one of those fights that could go to a decision. We saw, Garcia at that Teixeira versus Lewis fight night event in Tennessee about a year ago, a little over a year ago, go toe to toe with Qatar and take Qatar to a unanimous decision and win that one in a unanimous decision. And I'm telling you right now, he was phenomenal in that fight. Now, Qatar fights kind of sort of the same style as Diego Lopes, where he could get into a phone booth with you, or he can out wrestle you. So I for me, I think that you're not going to get a finish. I think this is going to be whoever has the best game plan, because both of these guys have jaws that can go for days.
Yeah, so Steve Garcia has not lost in the UFC since 2022. You mentioned the unanimous decision win over Calvin Kattar. Last fight, David Onama. Here we go, Brandon. I mean, let's just talk about the spectacle that is the claw. You have to be very, very special in your design when putting on an event like this, given the elements of weather. On Coaching Company for the last several weeks, we have talked about ticket prices. Brandon, is there a number that would be too much that you wouldn't pay to go to this event?
So look, we had this conversation on BetMGM tonight the other night because we were, obviously I have Pat Boyle who's a huge Knicks fan, and we were talking about the prices of the Game 3 at Madison Square Garden, and we were talking about how much we would pay to go to an event, and I topped my dollar out at 1,000. I pay $1,000 to go to any event. Anything over that, here's what I'm doing. If I have to pay more than $1,000 to go to an event, I'm going to take that money and I'm going to spend it, and I'm going to go and rent out a bar for the night. And me and all of my friends are going to have a tab to start off with of over $1,000 to drink and watch the fights. That's how I'm going to do it. So there's no, dollar amount that $1,000 I think is my cap to go to any major sporting event that I really want to go and see. But anything more than that, I'm doing it the old fashioned way. I'm just going to have fun with a bunch of friends.
So I would agree, and I say this knowing that my best half, not better, but my best half is watching. If the money was expendable, I honestly think, Brandon, I would go upwards of 5K if I had to attend this Freedom 250. Here's the problem. If
Yeah.
money wasn't the problem, I don't think I have the right attire to go to a White House UFC card. I mean, everyone we're seeing in the first 20 rows, all in suits. We just got our first walkout, Brandon. Steve Garcia.
Yeah.
This is very cool. Having military members step off to the side of the entrance. I want to say this, and I'll let you speak on it more because you've actually served this country. It's cool to be a part of a marquee, once in a lifetime type event. We've seen this now twice with the UFC, the Sphere, which I do believe they'll go back to in the future, and this White House card. But if,
Yeah.
as a human being, if you do not take a sense of pride walking out in this atmosphere, like this isn't just like, oh, we rented out the local gym, right? And we were throwing my kid's birthday party. The honor and respect that the military members are showing this event, I believe the fighters and all officials involved should treat this with that same respect. Because, man, Brandon, there's something about being a part of it, and then there's something about respecting the part that you are in this event.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And like I said, I mean, that's part of one of the spectacles of this whole thing is being able to watch the military men and women that are going to be in uniform in the crowd, being able to watch this on the White House lawn is just awesome. All of these, we're seeing some of the screens they have up, some of the LED screens now, pretty awesome out in the White House, walking out of the White House, walking down, the entryway there. Look, if it's me, and I'm getting my choice. How do you want to walk out? You can have any walkout you want. Look, you're gonna send me. You're gonna send me out there with the Marine Corps marching band because I'm going out there. We're gonna be watching. We're gonna be watching guns go left and right. They're gonna be flipping stuff all over the place. I'm gonna be out there with the biggest spectacle you could think of. But yes, this is awesome. Watching these guys walk out of the White House onto the lawn is pretty damn cool, and watching the security details around them is pretty damn awesome as well.
Yeah, Brennan, and now we're getting Diego Lopes. I mean, life's just got to be so sweet for Diego Lopes, right? You get to be at the Sphere. You get to be right now. I think this guy is winning. No, no, and I don't mean the fight. I mean in his career.
In life.
Yeah, in life, right? You saw this, Brandon, with a legend in Nate Diaz. What would they say? Anytime, anyway, anywhere. He would fight anybody. Now, those fights wouldn't always go his way, and I'm not comparing Nate Diaz to Diego Lopes, right? Like the talent level. But what I'm saying is sometimes guys
Yeah.
who stepped up and took those calls that no one else would take, they get presented with these unique opportunities. I mean, obviously, Nate Diaz got the biggest bag of all time when he fought Conor McGregor not once but twice. But to be Diego Lopes fight Dan Ige on, I believe, 6 hours' notice, if we remember that, back at UFC 300. So he was a part of the Sphere. He was a part of 300. Now he's a part of the White House. I think we're seeing now, Brandon, it's maybe not coming monetarily, but Dana White and Hunter and all of the crew at the UFC, if you step up for us, we'll make it right by you as they continue to venture out and do some special events.
Yeah, no, you're going to see a lot of that stuff. TKO is one of those things. Look, I've been harping on TKO for a long time, so everybody knows how I feel about TKO and what they've done with the UFC and what they've done with the WWE. But watching these guys and watching everything that they're capable of doing and watching, some of the things that you talk about, just the WWE going over to Riyadh and being able to do the stuff that they've been able to do in Riyadh, it's still pretty damn cool. Like, it's still fun to watch. And I understand what people are talking about. You don't want a WrestleMania in Riyadh. You want a WrestleMania here. You don't want UFC on the White House lawn. You want UFC in a big arena, blah, 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 blah. Look, this stuff is awesome, man. And when it comes down to it, it's fun to watch. And the card here tonight wasn't exactly what everybody thought it was going to be. Everybody thought it was going to be the greatest card in UFC history that they were going to be put together. But what they did was put together 7 bangers. 7 fights that aren't going to go to the ground, that aren't going to be wrestling matches, that aren't going to be technicals, that aren't going to be looking for anything else other than to knock one another out. And that's what I think you've got to give a kudos to TKO. You got to give a kudos to the UFC, and you've got to give kudos to obviously Paramount Plus for putting all of this together.
And we are set to get underway with our first fight. And of course, as soon as I say that, they go to commercial break. So that shows how good my broadcasting timing is. Guys, and here's the thing. We're all in different areas, right? So what we're not going to do, we're not syncing up the time.
Yeah.
If if we're a few seconds behind, we're a few seconds behind one another. Brandon, you've already got a shout out in the chat from Ben saying I'm only tailing
Yeah,
Combs and Combs only. I don't know
that's
if that's I don't know if that's more of a compliment towards you or an
yeah.
insult towards me.
No,
But either
that's
way,
my guy. That's
I'm
my
here. No,
guy
I'm here for
Mario.
it. It's okay. I'm
Yeah.
more than okay with it. Um,
No, that's my guy Mario. He was actually the executive producer of BetMGM tonight before he left me high and dry, and I had to take on the show by myself. And now we do 5 hours of content every damn night. So me and Mario go back a long ways. Mario actually works over at ESPN 1000 now, does his own UFC podcast as well. Him and I go back and forth all the time talking about what we think fights are going to happen. And 98% of the time, me and Mario are synced in. We already have the same bets lined up. So we have the same thought processes with a lot of these fights.
all right. I know you said you were taking this fight to we could see a decision here, but remind the good people, for those just tuning in, as we are set to get live, who is your winner? Diego Lopes, Steve Garcia.
I'm gonna go with Steve Garcia by decision here. I actually played Steve Garcia by decision at plus 550. So I'm riding with my guy Steve Garcia. I don't get me wrong, could be wrong. I do love Diego Lopes. There's something about Steve taking this fight and taking it on. He's gonna be ready, man. It's gonna be fun to watch.
Now, I say this somewhat jokingly. It almost feels un-American to go against Diego Lopes for everything that he has done for the UFC. It just feels like you have to ride with this guy. But all jokes aside, man, I honestly, Brandon, now that we see it, you see the broadcast, you see everything. Now it's kicking in. This is truly special. This is a once in a lifetime. Again, I'll probably not get any sleep before tomorrow morning's coaching company because I will go back and watch this whole thing over again. I just love it. The lighting is special. It
Yeah.
almost looks like, Brandon, they're inside, but they're outside. Almost appears that way. The way that everything is, like the backdrop, it's
Yes.
giving off Sphere vibes right now.
Yeah, as
And
we
I
see a bunch of Navy in the stands right now with the clouds and the sunset behind them and all of that. I mean, it is awesome. It makes you wonder why the UFC has been so against having these outdoor events, throughout the years. He's always said, I'm not going to have an outdoor event. Now they're finally having one, and hopefully this will create more. Hopefully we'll see more of these in football stadiums around the country.
Yeah, I mean, can you just imagine Nate Diaz, Conor McGregor 3 at Allegiant Stadium
I mean,
or at the
yeah.
Cowboys, I mean, here we go. We are 5 seconds into the first round. Referee Mike Beltran. I'm actually happy as an MMA guy to see him involved with this.
Yes.
I know he is a law enforcement veteran, so happy to see him involved here. Not much happening, and Brandon, because I am in a much different setup than you, I will be veering off to the side. So if I'm looking off camera, it's because I'm looking off camera.
Yeah.
I can't believe we got here, despite weather delays and all. We actually even got started earlier due to weather delays. But just exchanging strikes right now. Low kick from Steve Garcia, and we can't technically do play-by-play because then we would get hit with everything. But
Yeah.
more of a feeling out process here to start just moments in. How much, Brandon, do you feel like nerves play a factor in what we're watching right now?
I'm not so sure that it's nerves. I think both of these guys are pumped up. I think what you're seeing right now is just the feeling out process. Both of these guys know what each other is going to throw right now. Both of them have connected quickly and early in this fight. Lopes did land something to Garcia's chin. Garcia is leaning with a lot of those kicks right now as Lopes has just hit one in the gut right there. So you are seeing a lot of stuff from Lopes where it looks like they're just feeling each other out. Looked like he had a little stoppage there. I don't know if Lopes got kicked low or if Garcia got kicked low, but yeah, just a quick stop. I don't think you're seeing nerves. I just think you're seeing a feeling out process, and probably within the next 30 seconds or so, these guys are going to start banging.
I love it because we have Diego Lopes fighting outside, so the hair blowing in the wind, that majestic hair of his, absolutely perfect. Yeah, another thing you mentioned the low blow as Steve Garcia goes for the head kick that's blocked. The low blow. These guys aren't waiting around, right? They're just not.
Yeah.
Mike Beltran said, "Fine, let's just keep going." But man, at the featherweight division, where do you think, or what do you think we get out from this winner? If it's Diego, is it the next title shot? If it's Steve Garcia, is he the next title shot, or is it a top 5 matchup? For whoever
Yeah.
wins, where do we go from here?
I think if it's Garcia, you're getting another title shot. Or I'm sorry, if it's Lopez, you're getting another title shot. If it's Garcia, I think he's going to get a fight with almost like a number 1 contender fight, right? So it would be 2 guys that are ready for a championship fight. It's really tough. I think you got to give him better than top 5, though. I mean, if he comes out and he beats Lopez, he finds a way to beat Lopez, even if it is by decision, you've got to honor that, and you've got to find a way to get this kid, an opportunity to work his way up to a title. And I think a number 1. I know they don't call him that in the UFC, but a number 1 contender type fight would be what's next for Garcia if he wins this one.
And then you have Alexander Volkanovski, still the champion in this division. So that kind of hurts Diego Lopes because they've fought twice, and Diego Lopes has lost both of those fights. So for me, Brandon, you kind of look at you got Ivalov at the top at number 1, Lerone Murphy. Man, right now, personally, and I take nothing away. And again, we don't know how this fight's going to play out. But I think I just wait if I'm Diego Lopes because you may be yelling into the wind for a title fight that's not going to happen. Ivalov and Murphy, those guys, they definitely deserve their own shots. And when you look at what Diego Lopes has already accomplished or has yet to accomplish, I just don't see them running it back for a 3rd time against Volk while Volk is still the champion.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Because then if Lopez wins this one again, right, what do you do? I mean, if he just keeps winning fights, at some point you've got to allow him to have another shot at Volkanovski. I mean, it's not like the kid is 38 years old, getting ready to retire, and he's still winning fights. He's still a young kid. He's still coming out there. Look, Volk is Volk. I don't think there's anybody in this division that can touch him. I think everybody in this division is done until Volk decides that he's going to hang it up, or until Volk decides he's going to step up in a weight class. I don't think anybody in this division can touch him. But I mean, if you're going to allow Lopez to remain the number 2 ranked, featherweight in the world, then you've got to allow him to get another chance at the title. And now, do you get a 4th shot? Probably not. But a 3rd shot? Absolutely. We've seen it time and time again in the UFC.
Yeah, and let's not forget that Lerone Murphy was defeated by Ivalev earlier this year, back in March. So the number 1 contender has his claim. Look at the cup. I love the cup. I love it. Look at you go. I mean, that's Freedom 250 right there. I was trying to get a bald eagle on our broadcast. Not as easy as you would think. But but going back to the featherweight division, and we just finished up round 1. Brandon, I don't know, and I do have to do this for my job once in a while. I don't know how I would score that round, but is a very much a feeling out process. But let's wrap up, put a bow on this division talk here. I think when Movsar winning his last fight against Lerone Murphy, a very, very close fight. If this fight goes to a decision, you have 2 options to me. If you're the UFC, you could run it back between Ivalev and Murphy because it was a majority decision, or you give Ivalev the 1st shot, Murphy the 2nd, and then you wait for Diego Lopes, who you could, if you wanted to, put him at the Sphere, or excuse me, for Noche, if they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. You could certainly give one of those 2 the title defense, have Lopez face the other one, around the same time, and then the winner of that gets the other shot at the champion, whether it's still Volkanovski, or whoever you gave the opportunity to. Or same thing with Garcia. I think either way, I think you'd be looking at one of those two guys going out, whoever doesn't get that title shot. I don't know how you do it. You talk about scoring that first round. I thought maybe it was probably like a 9-9 type first round where you're just talking, where they're just feeling each other out and nobody really does anything to get ahead. But I still think that I still think you're looking at, man, I don't even know if you would give either one, because that fight, that fight wasn't even great. It was just one of those fights where you looked at it and you're like, man, at some point somebody's got to get a decision here. So how do the judges even score this thing? So and if this one ends up with a knockout or something and a finish, if Garcia finishes Lopes, Garcia gets a title shot. And if Lopes finishes Garcia and this one's a banger, I mean, Lopes gets the title shot.
And I hate to be that guy, Brandon, but if you're looking for an instant classic and a 3-rounder, we're approaching that point where you're running out of time. Now, can you have one of the best fights in a 5-round or in a 2-minute round? Yeah, you absolutely can. But we're approaching 3 minutes in the second round, and we really haven't seen anyone get knocked down, taken down.
No.
A lot of exchanging back and forth here.
Garcia's getting the better of it right now too.
He is. I think the easiest thing, as you said, Brandon, you see Steve Garcia get a knockout here, Diego Lopes. I don't know how you don't give him a title fight. I really don't.
Absolutely.
But the question comes into, if Diego Lopes wins, how would that change the guard at the top of 145 pounds in the UFC's featherweight division? We are about halfway home in the second round. Brandon, I'm enjoying this. Steve Garcia, big shot. He's landing. I mean, you might be ahead of me. All right, now we're getting the fight that we wanted. Now, Diego Lopes drops Steve Garcia. He's swarming him. Steve Garcia, he is out. He is out. Diego Lopes back in your title fight picture at featherweight. Shut up, Mike Pendleton. You don't know what you're talking about. Diego Lopes standing on top of the cage. What a victory, Brandon.
Wow.
Your initial takeaways. Steve Garcia looking up into the DC skies right now.
I mean, look, Steve looked like he was getting the better of it right there, right? And then right as soon as we said that, all of a sudden, it's almost like Diego Lopes heard us. He was like, oh, yeah, watch this. Hold my beer. Because he just went to town. And all of a sudden, Garcia looked like he couldn't defend anything. Stopped putting his hands up, and Lopes caught him with a couple of quick strikes to the face. And he went down, and Lopes did not even wait, man. Lopes down to the ground with him and just finished him. Fantastic finish from Diego Lopes there. Yeah, like we were just talking about. You get to finish something like that. That hook, that left hook. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's something from Diego Lopes that you're going to see, and you're going to see this replay. And I don't know how you don't give him another title fight. It just takes one of those, man. If he could find a way to just connect with some of these versus Volk, it could be night. But it's just, I don't know what it is, man. Volk just has those game plans. I would love to see Lopes Volk 3.
I mean, man, connected with a right that really started it, and then the left hook was the beginning of the end for Steve Garcia. Kind of apropos with Alex Pereira on the card that you would get a finish because of a left hook. We know how patent Alex Pereira's left hook is, but man, and here's what I love, man. You've got Diego Lopes literally taking it all in, standing on top of the cage and then sitting on top of the cage with his arms crossed. I absolutely love it, man. And I gotta give a few shout outs here because I'm really loving every time I look over. The fight kits are beautiful, Brandon. The hoodies, the fight kits, the hats, everything about this event. And Diego Lopes, if you know you're at a once-in-a-lifetime event, make sure you get all the photo memories you can. So standing on top of the cage, sitting with your arms crossed. I mean, this guy figured it out just like he figured out Steve Garcia. And featherweight, he's not going anywhere. So you're just going to have to figure it out. The crazy thing to me is, Brandon, and I know we're talking about a fighter at a different weight class as well. But when you think back to, and I want to say, I don't want to mess this up because knowing me, I'm very good at that kind of thing. When you look when you look at when Alexander Volkanovski was finished and lost the belt, right?
Mm,
The Islam, both Islam and Taporia, obviously Taporia sat him down, but the way it was Islam in the second fight was a
yeah.
bit crazy because Islam pinned him up against the fence and just unloaded, ground and pound. And you just see that. I see that style, and I go, Diego, it matches his style. It matches the style of Diego Lopes. If, as you said, he could find that range, we could really, really see Diego Lopes take that next step. But Brandon, I don't want to, kind of kill the momentum here. I just don't know how and why the UFC would give it to him after Evalev just beat Murphy in a very close fight.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. For me, when I look at these fights, I look at them differently than some people do, and I probably look at them differently than the UFC does. Right? When you go out, and yes, I know Evloev, went out there and beat Murphy. I understand that. Lopez fighting Garcia, who's ninth ranked right now. I look at I look at the fight itself, and Evloev, yeah, sure, you won that fight, but you didn't do anything in the fight. And what does Lopez do? Lopez comes out here and finishes his opponent. I can't stand a lot of the wrestling, the stuff that they come out and do in some of these UFC fights where they're just taking it to the ground constantly, and they're just trying to do this and trying to do that on the ground, and nobody's fighting for 5 minutes in a round, and then you get a decision. I don't know how you reward that over a guy who finishes his opponents like Lopez does.
Well, I'm pretty sure in my preview show with Coach, I picked Diego Lopez by TKO knockout. So that's 1-for-1
Nice.
on the board for your boy. But I'm not saying I don't want to keep track because the first time I lose, Brandon will be the first one to let me know. And you know what, Brandon, we're pulling in a good number on social media. So for those of you watching us on socials, you could also go to the Coaching Company YouTube page, hit the subscribe button. You can watch Coaching Company 10 a.m. Eastern time. Every single day, Monday through Friday. Brandon is a part of the panel, as am I, with obviously the coach, Jonathan Coachman, the man in charge running this brand here between Coaching Company and BTT Studios. But man, what a good first fight. It delivered. And now it gets interesting, Brandon, because now I'm actually very, very intrigued by your thoughts on this upcoming fight, because given what you just said, Brandon, and I'm not saying anything, you said it. You said it, I didn't say it. But I believe our next fight on the card is Bo Nickel and Kyle Dawkins. Brandon, you are up. This doesn't set up to be the striker's delight that you are very much looking for.
Yeah, it's definitely not. And here's the thing, man. I'm not the biggest fan of Bo Nickel. I'm just not. The UFC has force fed this kid and has given him cheap fight after cheap fight. I'm not a big Bo Nickel guy. He's gonna wrestle. He's gonna try to do his thing. And look, Dawkins is equal to the task when it comes to wrestling, but Dawkins can also throw hands, and that's something that I've yet to see Bo Nickel do. I haven't seen Bo Nickel go toe to toe and just square up. And the one time that I did see him go toe to toe and square up against Sandhagen, didn't end well for him. Did not end well for. I'm sorry, against DeRitter, not Sandhagen. It was the Sandhagen UFC fight night. So did not go well for him. But yeah, it's man, I don't know. I'm not a big Bo Nickel guy. I like Dawkins. I like Dawkins in this fight. And my guess is you're probably on Bo Nickel.
So I'm just gonna swerve you right here. I'm on the over. I'm on the over 1.5 rounds. That's
Okay.
all I care about. I do not listen. I think Bo Nickel was shot out of a cannon. To his credit,
Yes.
He did put in the work to get that respect early on, but in the end, I'm having some technical difficulties, so if you guys hear the banging, I apologize for that. But no, I think Bo Nickel was shot out of a cannon when it comes to the PR hype machine that is the UFC. And then when you look at just has it really paid off? Not yet. You know, you're talking about a guy in Nickel who was getting very, very close in the middleweight division, but man, I don't. I take nothing away from him. He has bounced back. He got the head kick knockout over Rodolfo Vieira, and that's great. But Brandon, Bo Nickel, Sean Strickland, I think we know how that goes. And when you're talking about has this person reached that elite level, you always, whether it's a cheat code or not, you always have to say how would they fare against the champ. Right now, I think that would be a one-way contest between the two.
Yeah, no, I agree. And when you look on the other side of the fence with Dawkins, and you look at the way that he came into the UFC with that win over Pereira, not obviously not the Pereira, but Michael Pereira, still a Pereira. And you look at the things that he was able to do in that fight, and the way that he was able to take it to him in that fight. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to watch. And you watch this guy throw hands, and you watch this guy throw his legs, and you watch this guy throw his feet, and he's able to do those things that can actually put on a performance. Like Bo Nickel probably going to try to take him to the ground. But when you look at Dawkins is a guy that can submit him from the ground. And that's why, for me, Dawkins in this fight is there. I don't know how you launch Bo Nickel into a title fight, even with a win tonight. I just don't. I don't think it would be fair. I don't think it would be fair to him. I don't think it'd be fair to the UFC fans. I don't think it'd be fair to anybody in the fight. It's a waste of time to put Bo Nickel in a ring right now against some of these guys in the middleweight division.
Yeah, no, I'm not here to say that the winner, this isn't like what we just saw on Diego Lopes and Steve Garcia. I think this is a fight for a guy in Bo Nickel who is one of the best American wrestlers, and I mean amateur wrestlers, like legitimate wrestling that we have ever seen. And now the crossover into MMA. I mean, I'm giving Joe Pyfer a title shot 10 times before I'm giving Bo Nickel one. But here's the other side of it, Brandon. Kyle Dawkins, man. I mean, here's what I love about the matchmaking with this card. You have Bo Nickel, who is, red, white, and blue all day, every day. And then you have Kyle Dawkins, a Philadelphia, native. I know that there are a family of police officers that Dawkins is. You can't really. This is exactly when you talk about, and I know people are going to say, then why is Pereira on this card? Why is Cyril Gane on this card? You weren't going to have an all-American fest in this event, but there are certain fights that just made sense. Kyle Dawkins' kind of relentlessness and Bo Nickel's eagerness to prove that he's at the upper echelon of the middleweight division, that's what I love about this. That's what I'm excited about. We don't know where either of these guys are going, but I do think it's good matchmaking, and it's definitely striker versus wrestler grappler here.
Yeah, and that's the thing here. You put him in a spot where he's going to have to throw. I mean, because you not only did you throw him with a striker, but you throw him with somebody who knows how to win by submission too, knows how to fight on the ground, and that's what you've done to Bo Nickel here. You've put him in a put up or shut up situation. And I just don't think that goes well for Bo Nickel. That's why I bet Dawkins here by KO or TKO at 13-1. 13-1, people. 13-1 for Dawkins to finish this fight.
Listen, I like it, right? Because again, you bring a betting perspective for this, being the executive producer of BetMGM tonight. No big deal, just 5 hours of show programming every single day. That's why you are who you are. But man, I will let you root for whatever you're looking for here. Dawkins finish at 13-1. let's get it at 249 in the second round is all or I'm sorry, 229. Can't do math. It's 8 o'clock. By the way, Brendan, real quick before I get an official prediction, one of the funniest things I saw on social media was people in MMA discussing the delayed start, and then everyone else going, yeah, but what about Sunday Night Football? What about the Stanley Cup Finals? What about the? It's like first of all, this is not a big deal, the fact that it's happening late. Yes, it's 9:16 p.m. on the East Coast, but let's also keep it real. We're not talking about a 13-fight card. This is literally cut in half. So what I would say to the casual general public, if this is your first UFC event, welcome to what would be the early stages or the before during the pay-per-view model, the beginning of the end of the prelims for a pay-per-view card. Like, this is just the middle of the show, and we've only got 5 fights left for tonight, Brendan. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal either. I love watching Dawkins right now walk out with a guy who's wearing the Medal of Honor around his neck. That's awesome. No, look, I do think that it is a I don't think it's a big deal. And look, for all those people on the East Coast, no matter what you do on the East Coast, it's always going to be late. Because that's just what happens on the East Coast. I used to hate it too when I lived out on the East Coast. I remember watching the 2016 World Series. I was like, really? First pitch isn't until 9 o'clock? Really? This game's not going to get over till 1 o'clock in the morning? But it is what it is, because that's what happens when you're on the East Coast. I mean, the West Coast fans would be complaining too had they done it at 5 o'clock on the East Coast, and it would have been done at 2 o'clock on the West Coast. It's just, you're never going to make everybody happy. I think that the time is perfect. The fact that they cut this down to 7 fights, no prelims, just a straight main card. I like that as well. I almost kind of like that for most of the I guess I don't even know if you call them pay-per-views anymore, because they're not pay-per-views, PLEs, or whatever you want to call them in the UFC. I'd almost like just the main cards when you go to these events, and just save the prelims for the fight nights.
Numbered events, the UFC is now referring to them as. I'm going to give some updates, Brandon, because we are a sports talk brand. How about this? I think it's a massive upset. How about Ivory Coast knocking off Ecuador in group play tonight in the World Cup? Ivory Coast 1-0 over Ecuador in the World Cup. And then in the NHL, Brandon, I know you're a big hockey guy. Hurricanes 1-0 after the first period in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals. And Brandon, I wasn't just wearing this hat of the Boston Red Sox, red, white, and blue. I'm here to tell you, as a Cubs fan, your former Cub Wilson Contreras, have a night, baby. The Red Sox are still losing, though, 6-3. So I digress from all that. But Brandon, real quick, as we're focused on the UFC White House card, I got to ask you, I know you're probably not all in on the World Cup, but Ivory Coast over Ecuador? I mean, that's a first big upset.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. You're right. I'm not all in on the World Cup. I'm don't even know where the Ivory Coast is at, so I'm not gonna pretend like I even know whether or not that's a big upset or not. I just know that Team USA won the other night. It was fun to watch. And if you watch BetMGM tonight, Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. or 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, 6 to 11 Eastern Time, we'll have Gabe Ramirez co-hosting the show with Brad Evans this week, who is a big soccer guy, who does host for the Chicago Fire here, and who is tapped in to the World Cup. So just in time for Pat Boyle to take vacation. So I'll get plenty of soccer intake this week. Not that I'll understand what any of it means.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, let's get back to official business here with UFC Freedom 250. Bo Nickel making the walk. I mean, this is, Brandon, the more I watch it, the more of a spectacle it becomes, and I just absolutely love it. You've also got to feel great for the military members who are able to be in attendance for this event. Man, I'm not here to say we should have more outdoor events, but we should have more We should have more spectacles. The UFC killed it with the Sphere. I don't care if you liked it or not. Not saying you, I just mean the general public. And right as of right now, weather permitting, what a great start. Everything. I just can't get over the fact Bo Nickel inside the inspection zone where they make sure you have a cup, a mouthpiece, and your fingernails are clipped. That right behind that whole area, Brandon, is the White House. I mean, it's truly, truly special.
It is awesome, and I know you said barring any weather, I kind of hope. Look, here's my dream scenario for this thing: we get through all 6 of these fights, and then we get to the main event, and then once we're at the main event, we get to go ahead and we get to see in the pouring rain, Ilia Topuria and Justin Gaethje throwing haymakers at one another. It would be so cinematic. It would be so fun to watch. I would love every part of it. I don't think it's going to happen, but hey, here's to hoping.
Bo Nickel has made the walk. And by the way, I am Mike Pendleton. You can see it there. Our Twitter handles are right there as well. MP2310 on X and Real Combsy for Brandon. Bo Nickel makes the walk. He is inside the UFC octagon. Kyle Dawkins already in. Brandon, official prediction, go.
I am going to go with Dawkins by TKO or knockout. I bet it. I'm going to stick with it. 13-1. Hop on it before the fight starts. 13-1.
I love it. I love it. Bo Nickel, 8-1 in his career. Kyle Dawkins, 17-4 with 1 no contest. So the experience, obviously, on one side over the other. Well, I guess, you know what? Let's just keep it going here, Brandon. I am opposite of you. Also, you know what? I got to give this a shout out here because I really thought, and I say this not to be a name dropper, but Bruce Buffer is one of the first people that really got me going in this media side of covering MMA. I really thought we were going to get like a red, white, blue, maybe a flag type of suit. But
Yeah.
Brandon, looking at his suit, it looks like an ode to green, like to money, like the money that our U.S. currency is printed on. I mean, we've got stars in this suit. It's a little olive green, and I believe you see Kyle Dawkins' brother there behind him as well. But are you surprised by? Let's do this because you being at BetMGM tonight. Number one, are you surprised by Bruce Buffer's outfit? And number two, will we see an outfit change through this event for Bruce?
I've never been surprised by any of Bruce's outfits. Bruce is probably one of the best dressed people in this business. I've had the great opportunity of meeting him a couple times. Always been one of the nicest guys in the world to me. So I do love me some Bruce Buffer. But watching his outfit, I am a little surprised. I'm a little surprised that we didn't have the Rocky style boxing shorts. I almost surprised we didn't have that type of suit on Bruce Buffer tonight, the red, white, and blue, and just going out in style.
That's what I thought, and I would never say that Bruce disappointed me. By the way, shout out to our numbers guy here at the brand, Rafael Esparza, in the chat. Rafael, thank you for joining us. Hope you are recovering well, my friend. Yes. Rafael, you know what? I think Raf chose a great time to get himself physically right because he didn't have to worry about doing odds and numbers for this. And there it is. 30 seconds in, we get a Bo Nickel takedown. Now,
yeah. I thought he was going to drive him on his head, to be honest with you. I really did. I was like, uh-oh, where Dawkins is in trouble here. But, the takedown 30 seconds in, I mean, it's just, you knew it was coming. But Dawkins, again, defending it very well.
That he is. I'm sorry if you start to see like a look of fear and panic on my face. I've already figured out that you're a few seconds ahead of me, and you do not have a great poker face, and that's fine. Like I'm here for it. Right? It's fantastic. Now I know that we could play poker together, and I will walk away with the entire house. But I am definitely when you're over if you're over rounds or you're on a decision. A takedown 30 seconds in is just not fun. It's not. It's You couldn't ask for the clock to speed up any quicker. But Daukaus doing well to defend. Bo Nickel, he's in control, Brandon, but he's not really looking for serious damage. He's not looking for a submission. As I say that, Daukaus now cut above his left eye. Again, Mike Pendleton said something, and it goes the other way. It's fantastic. Oh, Diego Lopes is just trading back and forth, and then he gets a TKO. There we go. Little sign of blood. Our first blood at the White House.
We've got, I mean, the Bo Nickel special, that elbow, I think, is what ripped him open. He hit him with a couple of elbows. But again, Daukaus still doing a really good job of defending this takedown. And I got to tell you, I actually do have a really good poker face. I play really good poker. It's just, this isn't poker. This is the UFC. And when some guy looks like he's about to get dropped on his dome, I'm going to have a look of, oh my God, this is about to happen.
That's fair. That's fair. And you know what? That's fine. But, for a guy, again, a few seconds behind you. Now, Brandon, if this was one round later, your boy here would be celebrating. We're halfway through round one, just need to get through halfway of round number two. You mentioned something. And when you look at Bo Nickel, who trains at American Top Team, Mike Brown in his corner. By the way, Mike Brown, one of my favorite coaches in all of MMA, one of the absolute greatest coaches.
From the Knicks?
Why would you? Why would you? With a Red Sox hat and a Celtics fanhood in my heart, why would you? I have tried not to address that this evening. I don't even want to address it tomorrow on the show, even though we're going to have to. I was sick to my stomach. I can't believe you.
I wasn't mad about it either.
No,
You
but it's
said the
fine.
name.
But because as a Chicago fan, as a Bulls fan, you have all these bragging rights over the New York Knicks from the Jordan days. The last two things I've got are Jason Tatum tore his Achilles at MSG, and now the Knicks win the championship. So thank you. If there's anything else you want to run me over with, go ahead. I greatly appreciate it.
Well, I mean, if it makes you feel better, they're making them stand up.
Yeah, maybe not so much, because now you're susceptible to, Jason Herzog, let's just listen. And I know we're not a sports betting show anymore, but when it comes to this kind of content, man, with watch-alongs, you've got to bring the betting aspect into it. And as much as the betting side of the UFC or in general, it's so hard. And I say this, and I don't mean to be disrespectful towards you and who you work for, Brandon, but when you're betting a fight, like, I know there are levels and I know there are skills over skills, but at the end of the day, I've always told people, because I've been asked, because I was that guy that you mentioned, who would go out and something big just happened, and there it is. Bo Nickel drops Kyle Daukaus. Bo Nickel TKO, first round victory. Mike Pendleton's slip is shot. It's all good.
And I am 0 for 2 on my picks. Holy crap. It's been a long time since I've been 0 for 2 on UFC.
Well, your boy has arrived. 2 for 2 on the evening. Bo Nickel. Listen, let's say this, though. As a true All-American wrestler, one of the very best collegiately we've ever seen, I don't know, outside of the guy in the next fight, that I couldn't be happier for anyone like Bo Nickel. You get a first round finish. You get to shake hands with the president, which I'm sure it's not the first time he has. But when you put on a performance like that on the White House lawn, you've got to absolutely love it for Bo Nickel. I think it gets him into the top 15 conversation. But I do think, Bo Nickel the head kick started it off, and then he just landed a nice 1-2, and that was it. The elbows galore.
Let me ask you a question, because I agree with you. I think it gets him into the top 15. But let's look at the top 15 of the middleweight division. Who does Bo Nickel? Who do you put him in the octagon with, where you're like, yeah, it's a good fight for Bo Nickel? Because I gotta tell you, I don't see one.
So I don't either. It would be so casual of me to say Israel Adesanya.
I,
right?
I
But
yeah. I
but you
still think
got
Izzy at this point would destroy Bo.
I would look a little below him though, and I would say Jared Cannonier could be a good fight. Also, you've got Robert Whitaker. Now, both of them are very, very dangerous strikers. But again, I don't. We have to, I believe, proceed with caution. That is just Bo Nickal's 10th professional fight. The middleweight division is absolutely crazy loaded with talent for the UFC. So when you look at it, is there a clear answer for who he could have next? No. Is it a great performance for Bo? Yes. Do I believe maybe your boy in the chat asked Joe Pyfer versus Bo Nickel? With all due respect, I think Joe Pyfer is at least 2 levels above Bo Nickel right now.
I
It would
yeah, I agree.
It it would be interesting. It would be an interesting matchup, but I think given what Joe Pyfer has done recently, I don't know that he needs to be the guy to welcome Bo Nickel into the top 15.
Yeah.
I think he deserves a more of a top 5 matchup.
It's got to be somebody like I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if I go top 5, right? Like I think you're looking at somewhere like from, maybe Whitaker or Cannonier. Even I don't even know if he's fighting anymore. Christian Leroy Duncan. I don't see a good fight for him. Even him versus Delize, however you pronounce his damn last name.
Yeah, Roman Dolidze.
Delize. That would probably be a really good fight. But then once you start getting up into the Joe Pyfer territory and above, like that's just not a level that I look at Bo Nickel and I'm like, yeah, he can perform at that level. At least not yet. Maybe I'm just a hater because I've looked at Bo Nickel and I hate the wrestling stuff, and maybe that's why I can't see it. But I just see all of those guys above him just pounding him into the ground. Like I don't think that. I mean, dude, you put him up against Pyfer. I think that man, I just think Pyfer wipes the floor with him. I really do. I don't even know if you can get Bo Nickel to get around in that fight.
So Brandon, this comes back to what I was discussing when you first joined the show, which is we need to have clear direction on every single winner in this event. Whoever wins all of these fights, we got to know where they're going, and I do believe for the most part we will. I'd be interested to hear what Dana White has to say, because Dana's going to be asked about the winner of each and every one of these fights. But I think I'll play devil's advocate here. I think it's also okay to give Bo Nickel another unranked guy. I think if you look at the middleweight division in the UFC, it's deep, man. It's very, very deep. And I don't think that there are matchups that are going to be a huge risk for Bo Nickel on the outside of the top 15. He's not going to lose, all this momentum, but it really comes into question. And this is what I'll ask you, Brandon. Do you believe the winners of this historic event, this marquee once in a lifetime event, will, I don't want to say special treatment, but they will get some sort of, it's so hard to say because I want to say special treatment, but they will get a big prize for winning their fight. I'll put it to you that way. That big prize doesn't necessarily mean a title fight, but a top 15 matchup, a top 5 matchup. Do you think the winners coming out of tonight get a bigger fight moving forward?
Man, it's really tough to say because you're going to have to go division by division and look at what's going on within that division. I think Bo Nickel, I think he gets to fight somebody that's probably between 5 and 10, if not lower than that. I don't know that you give him a top 5 fight just yet. You look at, if you're talking about if we're talking about what's coming up next with Chandler, if Chandler finds a way to win this fight, which, I mean, by the way, Chandler at the White House winning this fight would be
Captain
the
America.
greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Captain
I
America. I may
uh,
have to mute myself and just listen to
yeah,
the. I mean,
I might, yeah, we might have to just end the stream for a minute. I did like. I might have to change my pants if Michael Chandler finds a way to win this fight, because it's just going to be like it would just be fitting. It would be apropos for him to find a way to do it. Look, I know, you know, you're going up against a guy who can just flat out beat you in so many different ways. But I mean, Chandler, I love Michael Chandler, man. I really do. I'm so happy he took this fight. But if you look at, I mean, if he wins this fight, I mean, what's his next big fight? I think this is his last fight, to be honest with you.
no. I was gonna wait to get into this conversation, but let's do that right now. And I will say, Brandon, I don't care if you laugh at me. I don't care if you mock me. When Michael Chandler comes out, it'll be all silence on this end. We will respect Captain America on this broadcast. We will listen to and acknowledge Iron Mike, the man who once said, God bless, see you at the top. And I absolutely love it. But also, Brandon, I'm here to let you know that this would not be his last fight. Michael Chandler is looking at the money bags that is currently awaiting him after July. And I do believe with a win, Michael Chandler gets that long awaited fight with one Conor McGregor. Whether or not Conor McGregor defeats Max Holloway, I think now this is a whole different conversation. But Brandon, I believe Conor McGregor's next 3 fights are Max Holloway, Michael Chandler, Nate Diaz.
Oh man.
Perfect.
Look, you just, I mean, you gave me a little sports stiffy. I when you look at I like Conor. I've always been a Conor McGregor guy. I don't know how you come back from such a long layoff and you get in the ring with Max Holloway. Like, I don't know how you survive that. I don't know how that ends up happening. Somehow you survive that. Somehow you get through that fight. And then you're going to fight Chandler. Like, I don't know that yet. I don't know that you get all the way through to Diaz.
Well, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters, because I think Conor and Nate know they have to finish it, right? It is one. Listen, if Obafemi and Brock Lesnar are going to finish up their trilogy, we have to have Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz finish up. Like if TKO understands the importance of trilogies, then we will get Conor Nate at some point, or hell, maybe a Jake Paul puts it on MVP. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I would not want to see Conor McGregor on a MVP card, and I don't believe that would ever happen. I think Conor is UFC or done, and that's forever. Unless, and I wouldn't put it out of conversation, Conor starts up his own fight promotion when he is done. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. That's kind of the luxury of having that bank account that one Conor McGregor has. But let's talk about this, man. Michael Chandler did wait, and some would say waste, a lot of time, because he's not in his young prime. He's not a young man anymore, and he has been through wars. If you're a Bellator fan, you know those wars with Eddie Alvarez, one of the very best. I loved that rivalry between those two. Will this long layoff affect Michael Chandler as we get ready for him to step inside the octagon against Mauricio Ruffy in this matchup?
I mean, dude, Hoofy can beat you in, I mean, a myriad of ways. Like, you just gotta hope, if you're a Chandler fan, which I think both of us are, as we've noted, you've just gotta hope that Chandler can find a way to catch his chin. You just gotta you gotta hope there's a way where if he falls asleep for 5 seconds, and Chandler just finds a way, because I mean, the amount of different things that Hoofy can do to you, it could be a very long night for Michael Chandler. Well, by long night I mean early night for Michael Chandler. So, yeah, It's going to be fun to watch. I can't wait till these two get out to the damn octagon and get this thing going.
And not only that, Brandon, but let's just talk about it. This really is the table setter. Because after this fight, the next 4 are television appointment viewing. And I'm not on the Paramount Plus broadcast. I'm not part of the UFC team. I'm not part of any broadcast team except for this BTT studio family we have. I would like to apologize in advance for any young children who may be watching fights for their first time with their father, uncle, or maybe even their mother. Maybe everyone. Maybe it's a family affair. Because I don't know what you're going to see after this fight in regards to Josh Hogan and Derek Lewis. But it is one of those matchups, Brandon, that will likely, whether it be in the octagon or outside of the octagon, go down for memorable reasons. But we are not here to talk about that just yet. We looking at on the other side, Mauricio Ruffy, man, this guy just announced, leaving the Fighting Nerds, and you just, I don't know, man. It's really good to be with a team as good as the Fighting Nerds are, but I just wonder if does this show more of a commitment to the longevity and where he wants to go in his career? Was there something behind the scenes? When a fighter gets to this high level and is changing camps, Brandon, I know it doesn't take away from their talent, but when you're changing camps, it does kind of raise my eyebrows a bit and have no idea what to make of it.
Yeah, it's for Ruffy, who I mean is a phenomenal striker. You look at his last 5 fights, right? You had the one loss in there where he got submitted by Saint Denis, but for the most part, man, he just comes out and he just bangs, man. He bangs with everybody. He banged with Green. He banged with Malarkey. He banged with what was the last fight he had? Fiziev. Yep. I mean, he just bangs with everybody, and I like his style. I think his style. I don't think that he's you're looking at anything where any sort of layoff, any type of not being out there, anything like that would never be bad for this guy. But when you're looking at it like a Michael Chandler, who, I mean, what was Chandler's last fight? What was that? 3?
It was April 2025. It was a loss to Paddy Pimblett.
Paddy Pimblett, right? Yeah.
314 in Miami. So he's been out for over a year. But here's the thing, Brandon, and here's where people are going to say I'm just a Chandler diehard. You're not wrong. I go back to his UFC debut in 2021. I remember being at a local establishment telling everyone, bet Michael Chandler against Charles Oliveira. Bet him. And Brandon, we've seen this so often in high-level fights.
How did that work for you?
Well, it was that one mistake, that one moment, right? Where
yeah.
If he didn't just go all in, maybe, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. No, I know.
You look at Michael Chandler, and to be fair criticism, you could say he's only won 2 fights in the UFC, but I'm here to defend that and say every single fight has been entertaining, and he's been in them for the most part. Michael Chandler's never been single-handedly outclassed in any fight. Now, in the end, his opponent has looked far superior, but win the fight up until the finish, Michael Chandler's been in every single fight. Yeah. And this is a guy who came into the UFC, beat Dan Hooker, and was calling for Khabib Nurmagomedov. Now, I don't know how that fight would have went, because it would have been the problem that we've seen with Michael Chandler is you look at his losses. Charles Oliveira, great on the ground. Justin Gaethje, destroyer. We'll see him tonight in the main event. 2 fights against Charles Oliveira. Dustin Poirier, we know how good he is at striking. So, and Mauricio Ruffy, he can take this fight anywhere, and he can get the job done anywhere, but he's not as much of a specialist as the other veterans that Chandler has fought. Now, I know Chandler lost to Paddy Pimblett, but I do think, youth kind of played a factor in that. Well, man, yeah. I'm not ready to count out Michael Chandler in this fight.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Paddy Pimblett's a badass. And Paddy Pimblett doesn't go down easy, and he's a sniper. He can find you. He's a lot like when you look at Sugar Sean O'Malley. A guy who could just sleep you from anywhere at any point at any time. That's who Paddy Pimblett is. People just don't realize that because of I think it's the way Paddy Pimblett looks puts a lot of people off, and it makes a lot of people think, oh yeah, right, this guy's a UFC fighter. Paddy Pimblett's a badass, and he showed it in that fight against Chandler. I mean, he just caught Chandler sleeping for a second, and that was the thing. And that's been the problem with Chandler's entire UFC career. Is he is in the fights. He isn't outclassed. He is constantly going one-on-one with guys and able to throw hands and able to meet in the center of a ring and able to get into a phone booth with you. But then he falls asleep for a second. And that's when he falls asleep for at least 10 seconds because he gets put down. Like, that's been the problem with who is walking out right now? Oh,
Brandon, I got to interrupt you here. I thought we were getting a historical Michael Chandler kill the lights American Pie walkout, but we've got the Gypsy King. I couldn't be happier. The Gypsy
the
King.
suit.
Tyson Fury, definitely not from the United States of America, but damn it. If there's anyone who truly embraces when he does fight in the United States, it is Tyson Fury, the Gypsy King, multi-time world heavyweight boxing champion, has arrived to the White House. Brandon,
What is he wearing?
what a Gypsy King would wear. Why?
What? We've got a suit with no shirt on underneath it, but he's got the
Have
suit
you
jacket
ever
on.
have you ever watched anything Tyson Fury related? This is him. By the way,
I'm not big on boxing. So
okay, so I'm
no.
going to tell you this. Tyson Fury may be one of the best characters in all of sports. I don't care, boxing, MMA, football, one of the greatest characters. You don't even have to like boxing, Brandon. I'll put you on something. You know, our leader here at the brand, the coach, Jonathan Coachman, has said several times his secret, his dark obsession, his guilty pleasure, reality TV. Well, I'm here for a little bit more of a trash TV, sports TV. Brandon, on Netflix, Tyson Fury has a show called Keeping Up with the Furies or At Home with the Furies, one of those two. And Tyson Fury's family is absolutely incredible. He's being interviewed by Jan Anik here. Your thoughts on why he's here?
I mean, it's got to be to announce something, right? He's going to probably announcing a fight of his or announcing maybe he's fighting on the White House next. I have no idea why he would be there. My guess is he's announcing some sort of fight or some sort of promotion that, you know, might be better than the MVP promotion, which
Well, and I'm going to let you take it here, but I think the first secret is, you know, Dana White, Zuffa Boxing could be getting involved with a Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua boxing match. Your thoughts?
Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua boxing match. I could give you my thoughts on that, but that would be same as me giving you my thoughts on Ivory Coast soccer. Because I don't know who Anthony Joshua is either.
Oh wow!
I am not a boxing guy. Like I love MMA. I'm a big UFC guy. I am I've watched a lot of the MMA promotions. I'm just when it comes to boxing, man, I'm not there.
You are you're all in on MMA, and I love that. So nothing yet. I
I'm
love
looking through
this though.
socials right
So,
now.
so there is a promotion or promoter battle between Eddie Hearn and Dana White. It kind of sinks in with Tom Aspinall, and you wonder if this is a chess move by Dana White to say your move. Eddie Hearn, right? Because Eddie Hearn's now representing and managing Tom Aspinall, the current UFC heavyweight champion. And for Dana to be crossing over into boxing and getting Tyson Fury, the biggest star in the sport, it's just Dana being Dana.
Yeah. And that wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Because sometimes you do have to make those moves. You have to make those power moves. And look, TKO wants to take over, and they've said it before. They do want to take over a few more promotions, and boxing was one of them. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see them get in bed somewhere like that. But for me, I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, you could tell me two of the biggest fighters in the world, but unless the name is Mike Tyson, I'm probably not going to know who they are.
Very, very good. All right, we move on now, Brandon. I gotta say, how, and you can let me have it here. How dumb am I? Because I set it up for you to take it for like 90 seconds. Because I truly thought we were getting an American Pie, lights dimmed, Michael Chandler. Like I just got by the broadcast. Do you think this will be the only time it happens tonight?
No, no, I think you'll get got quite a few more times. I think you're going to see some things that happen. I mean, I've got a couple of times just watching in the background. For those that don't know, like the way that I have my setup strategically placed is I got a nice 75-inch TV off on the wall in the distance, so I can actually see what's going on. And there's been a couple times where I'm watching, I'm like, all right, they're gonna get to the walkouts now, and they go to commercial. All right, cool, they're gonna get to the walkouts now. Oh, look, there's an interview. Oh, cool. And again, this is where you go with a TKO promotion, with all of the commercials, with all of the propaganda, with everything in between the fights, and it gets to be where it's like at this point now, man, I would love to just see Hoofy and Chandler already in the octagon getting ready to throw down.
Well, you are about to get your wish. We've got the graphic on the screen. These two guys are headed to the octagon. He is Brandon Combs, the executive producer of Bet MGM tonight. I am Mike Pendleton. You can see me every single day, Monday through Friday, here at the coaching company brand, as well as the stuff that I do outside of BTT Studios on my YouTube channel as well. Brandon, we are at that time. And I know that we have to now kind of fix our direction in this show because I believe moving forward, we are going to get, I'm going to say, between 5 to 8 minutes of prepackaged stuff leading into the next 4 fights after this fight. But man, we are live. We are here. We're getting a Michael Chandler highlight reel. And again, like I said, man, he's been in all of these fights, if not for here and there. Zig when you should have zagged. I think the UFC, and to some, this is more important. The UFC got their return on investment in Michael Chandler, despite him not winning a title yet. And I would be a fool to say that Michael Chandler would be okay leaving his fighting career without becoming UFC champion. I know for a fact, having interviewed and covered Michael Chandler, that that's not who he is. But when you look at it, Brandon, do you believe for all the high-profile fights, for the Conor McGregor, for the promos, and everything that Michael Chandler is, did the UFC get a return on their investment?
Oh, absolutely. I think maybe even twice over. Like Michael Chandler's just that guy. Fans love him. Regardless, you can talk about his win-loss record all you want. Fans still flock to Michael Chandler. Fans still want to bet Michael Chandler because he's got that capability of knocking you out at any single moment, at any single point in any fight that he's in. The problem I think that he's had is that he's a lightweight. And that division, man, that lightweight division in the UFC is phenomenal from top to bottom. I mean, from top to bottom, I don't think that there's a guy. I think at any point in time, if you told me that any of the top 10 were going to be the next champion in the lightweight division, I'd believe you because they're all that capable of doing that. So I just think his body size played against him being in one of those divisions, that tough division. I mean, had he been somewhere like, even had he been in let's say maybe even featherweight division, I think that he has a better time. I think he's got a better record. I think that he's got, he probably wins a belt. But being in this division, man, just like from top to bottom, man, it's like putting a triple A team in the American League East and saying good luck.
Well, Brandon, I am here to tell you that now is the time. So for all of you True-blooded Americans, stand up and rise for the one and only Captain America, Michael Chandler, making the walk. I do not care the result of this fight. I do know one man and one man only with the American flag draped around his back. There is one man who had to be on this card. One man who could encapsulate what this card is all about. One man who could capture the moment of fighting on the White House lawn. He is the one and only Michael Chandler. He may not be your favorite fighter, but he is damn sure one of the most entertaining fighters. So Brandon, I look at all, and there he is with an American hero, Captain Royce Williams, a Medal of Honor recipient, and then Captain David Jenkinson. I absolutely love it. This is why we were excited. I do not care about the results of the fight. I do not care about where Michael Chandler or Mauricio Ruffy go from here in this moment, because right now, for what I wanted to watch, Brandon, Michael Chandler making this walk is everything I signed up for this event.
Yeah, no, 110%. And you just got me so hyped up that I just put money down at plus 750 on Michael Chandler to win by TKO or knockout.
I love it. I love it.
And if I lose, you're going to owe me money.
I didn't tell you to do it, and that is on the record. So I will dispute that in a court of law. Maybe on the in the justice system right there in Washington, D.C. Now, Brandon, I would ask you a question, but then you would say, "What do you think, Mike?" And the question simply is, have we finally reached a point where we believe Michael Chandler will use his wrestling? Not Joe Hendry, but do we believe Michael Chandler will actually start using his wrestling?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely. Michael Chandler took this fight with one thing and one thing on his mind only, which is every fight that Michael Chandler has taken, and that is to knock somebody out. Michael Chandler isn't here to get booed. He isn't here to take this to the ground. He isn't here to do anything else other than throw hands with Mauricio Ruffy and see who comes out on top.
This is truly kill or be killed for Michael Chandler. And I hate to say it, Brandon, but you just really wonder what would be if he had changed that mindset. Working with Henry Hoof down there in Killcliff FC in South Florida, a rival of American Top Team, if you will, Michael Chandler.
Captain America. Man. I have to stand
I'm telling you, man. Listen. I want to. I have to. If I could, if Chandler were to pull this off, I may go running off camera.
This is one of those fights where you have to be on your feet for it, because at any point this thing could be over and on either side. To be honest with you, Chandler is not to be taken lightly, and if Ruffy at any point takes him lightly, then that was a mistake by him, and Chandler's going to be able to catch him. I do love some of these, the Commander-in-Chief's guard now.
It's so beautiful, man. It's so, like, honestly, as much as it got poo-pooed and there was lawsuits trying to stop it, like for one night, and I hate saying this coming off of the heels of the Knicks winning the NBA title, but for one night, let's just put all politics and red, blue aside, and let's just remember, like, we are, and this is a much deeper conversation, Brandon, but all weekend long, I've seen people from Scotland coming over, and they're in Boston, and they're they're singing Country Roads, and they packed a bar, right? And Australians visiting Olive Garden, and Brits visiting. Like, this is the beauty of our country. So for tonight, just take everything out of it and respect, because let's just be honest, not every single person in a military uniform is going to feel the same exact way politically that you or I may feel, or towards the president of the United States, but they're there for a reason. They're not representing the president. They're representing this country. And I think that's something we have to remember. So when we sit here and we get excited by the presence and the detail, the attention to detail that the UFC, that the White House all put together to make this event happen, remember that. Remember that. Don't remember the political reasons or your feuds with the president or your personal beefs with the government. Remember that this is why we're watching it, because it's so beautiful. And I think this weekend we have seen truly that the world can embrace being in America and Americans can embrace the rest of the world. And I think that's the only way I can put it.
Yeah, man, and that's perfectly put. And I don't you watch this and you watch, these aren't just American fighters that are coming to the ring with heroes. Like you got Mauricio Ruffy right now walking down a Brazilian fighter coming down. You got Volk, obviously Volk's on his team. You watch these guys and they're coming down with American heroes. They're coming down with guys who are have the Medal of Honor draped around their neck. They're coming down. They're paying tribute to this as well. They are doing all of this. So you got to love what you're watching there. Mauricio Ruffy again with red, white, and blue trunks on as well. So you're seeing them pay honor, pay respect, and that's what this is all about, man. This is about the 250th birthday of the United States. This is about to me, of course, obviously being a Marine, the greatest country in the world. I take great pride in it. I'm still just a little bit upset that nobody's come out with the silent drill team yet. And if somebody doesn't do that soon, I'm going to be upset.
I hear you. Now, I'm trying to get clarification. Obviously, on the broadcast, it's going by Mauricio Ruffy, but on his shorts, you will see Santos. That is his actual last name. So he will be going by Santos. That's why his team is there. But, man, what a move, huh? Alexander Volkanovski, you leave Fighting Nerds and just get linked up with the UFC featherweight champion, one of the greatest ever. I'm going to go back to the conversation, though, Brandon. I think when you are changing camps at this stage, I don't know that I agree with it. I really don't. It's a bold move. I understand wanting to level up. I understand wanting to get better, but when you're nearing the top, unless there was something behind the scenes, I just don't like the changing of camps.
I mean, sometimes you know what's best for you, though, right? Like sometimes you look at a guy like Ruffy who's like, yeah, you know what? Look, I've been really, really good. I need something to get me to that next level. And this is what's going to get me to that next level. This is what's going to take me to that next level. Sometimes you're in a place in life, whether it's with your job, with your the things that you're doing, and you're trying to establish something, and you're looking at it and you're like, look, I like where I'm at. I like what I'm doing. I love my job. I need something different because I can't get to where I want to be if I continue to stay where I'm at. So sometimes you need that, and sometimes you can find that. So, hey, man, hats off to Ruffy for thinking that that's what he needs, and for maybe going to find it. We're going to find out if this puts him over the top here, or if maybe it was a mistake.
The recently turned 40-year-old Michael Chandler, now the biggest dog in his career at plus 385, I believe is the number they just showed. So Michael Chandler literally walking into the biggest odds against him matchup of his UFC tenure. What a matchup this is going to be. And to me, Brandon, with all due respect to the first two fights we saw, this starts the party. This is where things really kick off. Mauricio Ruffy has closed as a favorite in all of his fights. He's a minus 500 here. And it should be known, though, Brandon, and very quickly before this fight started, I'll get your thoughts on this. When we're talking UFC, when you're watching a baseball game, for instance, the Red Sox Rangers Sunday Night Baseball, you're a good price, minus 146, plus 118, something around that number, right? It kind of shows you one team is better right now, but the other team still has a shot. In the UFC, in MMA, when betting MMA, you're looking at least for a minus 200, minus 250. Because in baseball terms or in other sports, if you see a minus 200 or a minus 300, you think it's in the bag. I go back to it. When betting MMA, I really do think you've got to go for an astronomical favorite number before you really feel like this is a one-sided matchup.
Yeah, no, for sure. And look, MMA more than any other sport that I've bet is one of those where, look, if you like a dog, run with the dog. Because all it takes is just to get clipped once. All it takes is one mistake. All it takes is that one thing to happen where you end up losing a fight. And hell, it could be something whereas you let it go the distance and the judges screw you. So, yes, I think more than any other sport that I bet, I end up betting dogs quite a bit. And so, yeah, but you're right though. When you're starting to bet favorites, you're looking at the minus 250s, the minus 300s, even the minus 450s, and a lot of sometimes those guys are locks, but sometimes, man, they're just not. And if you're on the other side, and if you think that the other side has a slim chance, sometimes it's worth that dollar.
We've got low kicks galore from both sides. Michael Chandler looking for an opening to get a takedown. Has not found it yet. Mauricio Ruffy, much taller than Michael Chandler. He sends Chandler back with a straight here. Michael Chandler patting it, bouncing on his feet, moving around. He's never going to stop moving. I think the best play here for Ruffy is to get him pressed up against the fence. Kind of do what he will. But if Michael Chandler can keep moving, but most importantly, as we're seeing so far right now, if Michael Chandler can find that way in, he can find his entry, Brandon, I think we're looking at a totally different fight here because he's not backing away from Ruffy. He continues to press forward, although we are talking about Michael Chandler. If he finds that entry and he gets a takedown, I think we're talking about a different fight.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Hoofy's one of the right now. He looks very comfortable fighting, as he's backing up. Like he looks very comfortable knowing what Chandler's going to do. Chandler's going to press. His cardio is some of the best cardio in the game, so he is going to bounce around the entire fight. He's never going to stop moving. But he's done a good job of hitting him with those straight jabs, and he's done a good job with fighting him off while backing him up. But you're right. If you find that one spot. If Chandler can find that one spot and take him down, that's the one thing Ruffy has not shown. And that's why Saint Denis was able to get him. Ruffy has not shown that he can really, once a fight does go to the ground, that he can handle his own. So that might be a play for Chandler. I just don't know that Chandler ever wants to go to the ground.
I don't know that Michael Chandler has ever done anything at less than 150 miles per hour. Went for a Superman punch off the fence, missed. Ruffy went into strike, and he ran to the other side of the octagon. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a Michael Chandler spectacle. This is just what you get, and it's I want to yell, but we're on live, so I can't. Right? I want to yell, Michael Chandler, like. No, I just want him to commit to it, and I know, but I know the veteran that Michael Chandler is, right? I know, having seen Michael Chandler in person several times, he is setting things up with his feints, with his takedown attempts or his entries at the very least. He is setting things up for later on in this fight, but you can't, against Mauricio Ruffy, you can't be planning for the future of this fight. It's got to be the here and the now, and I think he's got to commit to the bit, and he's got to really go for the takedown.
And Michael Chandler might be the only fighter I've ever seen that sets things up by getting hit in the face. He might be because he does. He said he likes to get hit, so he sets you up by letting you hit him in the face and looking for that spot. Oh,
I think you called it right there, Brandon. It started off with a spinning head kick from Mauricio Ruffy. Chandler went in, got a very quick, momentarily takedown, and then Mauricio Ruffy has just been on point since then. Since Ruffy got back to his feet, he has pressed the action, and if this is indeed where the fight and. Michael Chandler will make it look like the fight is over before he's got at least 10 more punches to take.
Absolutely.
Another spinning head kick. That one drops Chandler. He looks hurt. Mike Beltran watching. Mauricio Ruffy picking his shots. Beltran steps in. Oh. That is it. Michael Chandler, he's hurt. I mean, that was as it wasn't as clean and smooth as a knockout as you would be looking for. But I think, Brandon, as much as we hyped up the Michael Chandler train, exactly what many thought would happen. Mauricio Ruffy, welcome to top contendership in the lightweight division. I
look at this now for Ruffy, and I gotta tell you, I mean, this is you're probably looking at whether it's Saint Denis again. That rematch against Saint Denis, or maybe even getting Oliveira next, I think is the fight for Ruffy. I think he just paved his way in the lightweight division. That was just a clinic, and he just put a clinic on one of we talked about it, we hyped it up, we knew how much we loved Michael Chandler. but to watch what he just did in the clinic he just put on Michael Chandler, where Michael Chandler, this is the first time I've ever watched a Michael Chandler fight where he looked outclassed. When we talked about that before the fight, where we had never seen that before, this was that fight. As much as I'd hate to say it, Hoofy was just on a different level than Michael Chandler tonight.
He absolutely was. And I will say this as well, Brandon. I'm watching right now. We do not have a Conor McGregor tweet. So that is the first order of business that we have. Oh, there is no Conor McGregor tweet. I think
Yeah.
a lot of what we're seeing, we just had it in the chat from Wild Boy, and a lot of people online on social media saying it appears it may be that time for Michael Chandler to wave goodbye to his MMA career. But Brandon,
Yeah.
I'm stuck on this. I'm stuck after waiting for so long. I don't think he leaves without that Conor fight.
I mean, maybe not, but that might be the only fight that he has left in him. That might be the only fight that he has that the UFC would be willing to give him.
That's the other point. That's the other part of it.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest part of it, right? Because that Wild Boy in the chat says Chandler is done. I mean, I after watching that, I'd have to pretty much agree. I do think a fight versus him versus McGregor would be a little bit better, just because I think both of those guys at this point in their career are on a different level than what Mauricio Ruffy is. And dude, Ruffy he just made a believer out of me. Watching the way that he handled that Chandler fight. I think you're going to get a top 5 fight, and if he wins that, he's getting a title shot.
Man, I'm looking right now, and Paddy Pimblett and Benoit Saint Denis are scheduled to fight. So you think maybe the winner of that gets Mauricio Ruffy? I'm looking to see if Dan Hooker has a fight scheduled. There are options for Mauricio Ruffy, but we'll see. No gloves off for Michael Chandler, so it would be apropos for him to go out, at the White House. But again, I just don't see it. Dan Hooker does not have a fight. His last fight, was to Benoit Saint Denis. So you think maybe Dan Hooker, Mauricio Ruffy, but I don't even know that I like that. Michael Chandler and Ruffy embracing inside the octagon.
If I'm Ruffy, I'm not happy with a Dan Hooker fight. To be honest with you, if I'm Ruffy, I'm not, like, I'd be okay with the rematch with Saint Denis. Other than that, I want Oliveira, and if I win either one of those fights, I want a chance at the title.
Yeah, I think there are options for him. 13 of his 14 wins have come by knockout, and I just think you also have Mateusz Gamrot, who's sitting there, who would be a nice, fun fight for Ruffy. I think we're going to see a big step up in competition, although, like I said, I could see him waiting for the winner of Paddy and Benoit Saint Denis. Now let's talk about this side, Brandon. There is no shame in letting it be known what you want and waiting for what you want. And I do think that is the only reason. There's also no shame in being a Donald Cerrone or a Nate Diaz. And for a 155-pound division with megastars, you will not find anyone really. I am willing to bet this. You will be hard pressed to find a bigger Conor McGregor fan than yours truly. I think we know. If you have a brain, I think we know why, where, and how Conor McGregor comes back. It is blockbuster fights only. And love him or hate him, Michael Chandler is a blockbuster fight. Not everyone was all in on Cowboy Cerrone, but the UFC was.
Yeah.
They made it matter. And if it's a 25-second finish, then that's what it is. But if it's a 3-round, 5-round war between those two, we don't know what Conor McGregor we're getting. And I'll say this, Brandon. If you look at what Conor McGregor, what if Max Holloway does beat Conor McGregor? Does the UFC really want their biggest star going out on a loss? And I'm not saying he would obviously automatically beat Michael Chandler, but it might be a much better matchup given that the two have been on and off activity-wise while Max Holloway stays one of the most active fighters we've seen in quite some time. I just think that all signs point to now seeing how this played out. I think we had to see how it went. And a lot of people are calling for retirement. A lot of people are saying that's depressing. A lot of people are saying that was sad if you're a Chandler fan. And that is all true. But the fact that he did not take off the gloves, and there would be no better place to take off your gloves than the White House if you are Michael Chandler. I think he wants that Conor fight, and I don't think he leaves his professional fighting career without getting it.
Yeah, man. Look, I would tend to agree with you. He wants that fight. I just, that's the other thing too. Like, I mean, do you see him taking his gloves off after that fight? Like, what if he loses to Conor? Like, as much as he dislikes Conor, you think you give Conor the satisfaction of retiring him? Because I don't. And then what? What comes after that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that I think if you're in Chandler's camp, and I think if you're Michael Chandler, and I tell this to my students at the media school, I tell this to everybody I come in contact with when I'm coaching youth sports and everything, you have to know your strengths as well as you know your flaws. And right now, if you're in Michael Chandler's camp, you might have to tell him, hey, look, you have to know when you're done and when you're not. And right now, it kind of looks like you're done. And here's one Wild Boy put in the chat here. I like this comment. I'm here in Dublin. Tony Ferguson should get the Conor fight. Let's make some bucks and ride off into the sunset. Tony Ferguson versus Conor would be intriguing.
Wild Boy, thank you so much for watching. I couldn't disagree more. We just had
Really?
we just had Tony Ferguson at RAF. By the way, speaking of Tony Hinchcliffe, just shown on the broadcast. I'm always going to mention, love him or hate him, I'm always going to mention Tony Hinchcliffe because I absolutely love him.
Yes.
But Brandon, yeah, I think there are certain guys who can sell the fight, and there are certain people that feel sacrificial. Michael Chandler can still sell the fight. Michael Chandler can still make me believe in a press conference that the fight against Conor McGregor will go differently than it would against Tony Ferguson. Poatan Pereira getting wrapped up, and we'll talk about him coming up here, Brandon. But Michael Chandler very much, for the early stages of Conor's career, reminds me of Chad Mendes. And I know that it's easy to draw that comparison because of the wrestling backgrounds that they have and all of that. But there was also a belief in Chad Mendes from himself. And I think that that's what you would get with Michael Chandler, is a self-belief that he could convince you on. He could sell you on himself. I don't know after seeing Tony Ferguson's last run, because we've talked about it. Like, Tony Ferguson has fought a little bit more down in competition and still things have not gone his way. Michael Chandler has fought the absolute very best. You can go look at his resume. Go look it up on SureDog, the company I write for. There has been no cakewalks for Michael Chandler since entering the UFC. So I would say, when it comes to those two, I'm taking Chandler 11 times out of 10. But right now, Brandon, we got to shut up because we're getting the locker room workouts. Cyril Gahn and his team in the same locker room as Josh Hokett being shown on the broadcast. And Josh Hokett, he's got the wrestling headgear on, his America bandana. Cyril Gahn is laughing at him or smirking at him.
Do you blame him?
No,
he's a goofball.
No, I know. All right, so let's get into it.
Are you a Hokett guy?
I'm not, because I've
seen
it. I've seen fighters, like, I've been around actual fighters who play the shtick, and then the camera goes off, or they step outside of the arena and they're a totally different person. I think, as we say in professional sports, Father Time is undefeated. In fighting, authenticity is undefeated, right? Like, you don't play fighting. You can play character. Having a character does not win. We just talked about Conor McGregor. What made him so special for a run of about 8 years was not only did he believe himself, not only could he sell himself, but he went out and did everything that he said he was going to do. That's where the Mystic Mac persona came in. when you're just trying to get it over, that's a totally different story. When you're trying to be a character, that's a totally different story. If Josh Hokett was coming, here's what I'll say about Josh Hokett. In every big event, all the numbered events or the special events like this one, you get the Dana White POV for the face-offs, right? There's a camera over his shoulder. And Josh Hokett said, "You better not quit on me," to Derek Lewis in their face-off yesterday at the ceremonial weigh-ins. He said, "You better not quit on me. You better not take my glory away from me, because if you do, we will fight in the parking lot." If I get that Josh Hokett, I'm all in. But if I get the Josh Hokett that we see during the media days and the media scrums, or the guy who's, I don't know if you saw this, Brandon, I don't know what it was, but throwing up on himself during the actual weigh-ins, the official weigh-ins, in the morning, I'm out on that. I don't need that. Show me the guy I saw on stage having that real, true feeling, because I don't think it's far off to say Josh Hokett knows how he got here, and his character is attention-grabbing, but it was how he fought Curtis Blades.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're definitely not wrong. Look, I'm not a Hokett guy at all. Like, I am wholeheartedly hoping for Derek Lewis to rearrange his jaw tonight. Like, I really am. And I love watching Derek Lewis fight. I've always been a big Derek Lewis fan. Luckily, was able to tell him that when I covered his fight against Clever Teixeira. And then he was, in the post-fight spread, eating the media spread instead of the fighter's spread. But still, I still love me some Derek Lewis. Like, that's just who he is. And I can't wait to watch this fight. I'm excited to watch Derek Lewis fight Hokett. And this is the real test for Hokett. It's put up or shut up right now, because I'm telling you right now, if you go out there and you get knocked out in the first round by Derek Lewis, I don't want to see Josh Hokett fight anybody ever again. I really don't.
Let me be very clear on this. I appreciate Josh Hokett going after Alex Pereira, right? Because you have to. That's the thing. When you create a character or you become something, you have to keep building on that. And so I'll give Josh Hokett that credit. I also give Josh Hokett this credit. Somebody I'm very close with, somebody I very much respect in this sport, in the UFC's heavyweight division, Curtis Blades. Josh Hokett brought that out of Curtis Blades.
Yeah.
And maybe it's the persona, maybe it's the character, maybe it's I want to put this guy's lights out. I want Josh Hokett to realize that you don't have to try to beat Nate Diaz in a heavyweight fight. That doesn't work. And you know me, Brandon, when it comes to sports, I'm always going to bring the human element into this. And the actual character thing is one thing. And by the way, before I continue, I want to say shout out to our chat queen, Kimberly, back in the chat saying, just jumping in to say hi. Y'all are doing a great job. Thank you so much, Kimberly. And thank you to everyone. Brandon, we've had a great number on socials watching us this evening. No problem for you doing a 5-hour radio show as we approach the 2-hour mark here. Fight number 4. I'm loving it. I'm having a blast. But when you look at the Derek Lewis side of things, a man who was incarcerated earlier in his life, a man who quite simply was funny by being authentic. Yes. If it wasn't for the rankings and the state of the UFC's heavyweight division, I would almost sit here as a fight fan and say, maybe the UFC scheduled this to show Josh Hokett what it's like to actually be just authentic, right? Because that's what Derek Lewis... I wish we were talking about, and here's the real side of it. I wish we were talking about Josh Hokett as a fighter and how he persevered through one of the greatest heavyweight fights we've ever seen. I wish we were talking about how Josh Hokett dug deep and made it all 15 minutes against Curtis Blades, or how Josh Hokett brought out a different version of Curtis Blades. But we're not talking about any of that. We're talking about the persona. We're talking about the character, the kind of antics that we see outside of the octagon. For Josh Hokett to really capture the fighting fans, the fans of the UFC, he's got to deliver tonight, and that's no easy task with Derek Lewis across from him.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 110%. And I think that Derek Lewis is one of those guys who has shown that he's not afraid to fight anybody. He's not afraid to step up with anybody. And Hokett's a guy who's been running his mouth, and he hasn't really fought anybody other than Curtis Blades. I mean, Curtis Blades is his toughest opponent to date, and Curtis Blades took him all 5 rounds. And to I mean, that fight, I will say that the fight was incredible. That fight was was a masterpiece. It was fire. The entire fight was incredible to watch because neither guy would go down, neither guy would stay down, and you watched it and you were like, all right, I gain a little bit of respect for the gain a little, but just the antics in the ring while he's fighting blades, like, dude, just shut up and fight. Like there were a couple times where I thought he could have finished Curtis, and he just didn't. Because he'd rather showboat and he'd rather do something. We watched with Nate Diaz. We all see the photo, right? The great photo of him pointing at a guy after he staggers him, right? We've all seen that iconic UFC photo. He lost that fight. You know why? Because when he was staggering the guy, he points at him to get an iconic photo as opposed to finish him. And that's why he doesn't get that win. That's why he doesn't get that fight. And it's going to be the same thing with Josh Hokett. I hope, I honestly, I've never wanted to watch a guy get knocked out more in my life than Josh Hokett.
Well, Josh Hokett, Bellator veteran, Dana White Contender Series veteran. Flipping the bird is one thing, but as you said, there's opportunities to finish fights. There's opportunities to be a character, and you've got to know how to pick and choose those opportunities. Excuse me, Brandon. And then on the other side of it too, like we just think about everything as a whole, right? We're not even talking about the fact that Josh Hokett trains at Jackson Wink in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the home of John Jones. We know there has to be war stories. Tell me that. Pull me into Josh Hokett. Bring me into the actual Josh Hokett. I want to know about those days when, whether it was John Jones or anybody else in that gym.
Yeah.
Jackson Wink is not just John Jones. Jackson Wink is decades of legendary fighters. Tell me about what your time at J-Dub has been like. Tell me how you really captured and found yourself after leaving Bellator, going to Dana White Contender Series. But I say all that to say this. Derek Lewis doesn't give a damn. He doesn't give a
He doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Josh Hokett. Look, I'll sit here. I'll be the first one to tell you, Josh Hokett can throw hands with anybody. I do believe that. I watched him do it with Curtis Blades. You're about to watch it at a different level though with Derek Lewis. Derek, if you can throw hands with Derek Lewis, I'll give you all the credit in the world. I mean, Pereira. I mean,
that's where my next question was going. That's where my next question was going because and here's the thing, and just one real quick thing on Derek Lewis, Brandon. He's so funny, right? The taking off of the shorts, the throwing of the cup, all the legendary moments he said on the mic. Yeah, everything he said on the mic. Now, all that is fun, but all that is truly, as I've said before, authentic Derek Lewis.
Yes.
Think about the guy who's also been in there with Alexander Volkov, with Daniel Cormier. And think about the guy who's also been limited in his career because of back issues. So if we're as funny and entertaining as Derek Lewis is, he's been at the very, very top. So none of this phases him. I'm all in on a character when it can truly pull something out of your opponent.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to do anything for Derek Lewis or anything to Derek Lewis. But there is the question I will ask before I get your prediction. As Derek Lewis is set to make the walk out of the White House, which, by the way, do you think Derek Lewis ever thought he would be doing this? I mean, do you think Derek Lewis ever in a million? He probably went and kind of opened up a few doors and tried to peek inside and see where.
How about the fact that the president specifically requested Derek Lewis to fight at this event? Like that to me is I mean that's got to be the coolest part of this story is like, you know, Dana telling the story about how the president is like, hey, look, I want to see, you know, Derek Lewis fight at this event, and Dana calling Derek Lewis, hey, you want to fight at the White House? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like I love this dude. I love watching him fight. I love watching his post-fight interviews. They're phenomenal. The one where, you know, in Tennessee with Teixeira, I kept saying Glover Teixeira earlier. It was Taliesin Teixeira, not Glover. But you're watching him fight Teixeira, and then after the fight, who do you want next? My wife. It's been a long time. I've been gone training, and now she's gonna get the ground. Like, I love that stuff from him because you're right. It is authentic. That is Derek Lewis. That is the Derek Lewis we've come to know and we've come to respect. But he's also that guy who gets in the ring and he is all business until the fight is over. And then sure, then he'll give you the crotch chop, then he'll give you the throat slash, then he'll give you the tongue out and do all that stuff. But while he is in the fight, he is all business. And I'm telling you right now, if Hogan comes out with any of that middle finger stuff, I good luck. We'll put it on your tombstone, buddy.
And here's the thing, to your point, Brandon, Derek Lewis walking out now, walking into the inspection zone. No, I mean, no games. It's just he's here to fight. And if Derek Lewis's body holds up in this fight, which has always been the question, he looks good. He does look a bit slimmed down. Man, him being a plus 340
is crazy.
It's so crazy to me because with one punch, the show is over.
Yes. I look, I don't know how he's a plus. I saw the number and I immediately bet the number. I mean, that's my play in this fight is just Derek Lewis money line because the number is absolutely crazy for a guy who could murder you right in the ring with his bare hands. Like, you are fighting a legit silverback gorilla in the ring when you are fighting Derek Lewis. And it's just, the number is crazy to me. I know there's a lot of love for Hokit. There's too much there for Derek Lewis. He is all business all the time. And watching him walk to the ring, watching him do his thing, I'm telling you, after this fight, if he wins this fight, you could go ahead and talk because I'm going on mute and I'm going to listen to the post-fight press conference because I need to hear what this man says.
We might both be going on mute, but plus 350 right before the line closes there at DraftKings. It shows recency bias. And Brandon, I'm not here to do MMA math, right? I mean, it doesn't work. It is one of those things that simply does not work. You can't say, well, this guy beat that guy, and so by law or by nature, you can't do that. You can't. But if Josh Hokit couldn't put Curtis Blades away, and Derek Lewis closed the show on Curtis Blades.
I love Curtis, man, but
I love Curtis. He's a very good friend of mine. I respect him a great deal amount, probably more than most people in my family. But there is, again, I don't want to call out the books because if I'm wrong, I'm going to look like an idiot, and I understand that. But you want to talk recency bias, in my opinion, Brandon, that is happening on the betting side of this fight because we're just going off of the Josh Hokit performance and the character.
Yeah.
Derek Lewis has the most knockouts in UFC history.
Yeah.
That actually matters. I know that there's people in betting that want to look for other things. What I just said is the most important fact of the entire matchup between these two guys. Most knockouts in UFC history. And he doesn't emotionally get grabbed by guys like Josh Hokit. You saw in the press conference, he said, I don't even know what this guy is saying. And they both speak English.
It's just, I mean, Hokit's just a bag, man. He just is. He's one of those guys where you look at him and you're just like, this guy's a bag, and he's just easy to root against. And he's got something to prove tonight, and he might prove it. I'm not going to go out. I'm not going to say that Hokit's going to be a pushover. Now, if he was fighting a guy like Pereira, different story. But for just banging, for standing and banging, he's got a chin and he's got knockout power. So he can stand and he can bang with the best of them. But he's just one of those guys that's easy to root against. And you watch him go up against against Derek Lewis, who's very easy to root for. It creates that personality and it creates that persona. And in that respect, Josh Hokit does his job well sometimes.
Would it be wrong of me to say also, Brandon, that maybe Josh Hokit isn't taking this fight as seriously as he should? I mean,
watching him just walk to the ring and just take his time, like he thinks everybody's here to watch him.
Like, is the confident your confidence has to be high in a fight, and this is MMA. But could your
Yeah.
confidence be too high coming off of the performance and the rocket ship and the promo machine that is the UFC? Could this be a case? And it's a two-parter here because I agree with you. And Josh Hogan to win by KO or TKO is minus 120. Again, crazy to me.
Crazy.
Crazy to me. But he can absolutely get it done. I don't want to just sit here and dog him the entire time because he can absolutely get it done. He won the fight against Curtis Blades. That goes for something. He is undefeated in his career. That goes for something. But man, when you talk about I'll equate it to football. Everyone who knows me knows I'm a huge NFL guy. I'm a massive football fan. This is where you find out a team that's floating around 500, can they make a run? Or if a team early in the season gets off to a 3-0 start, can they be a legitimate contender? This is where we find out for Josh Hogan. He is at that midway point of his career. This is now your 10th professional fight. Is this the moment? Is this the opportunity? Is this the fight where Josh Hogan shows us he actually is here for big time business? Massive, massive difference in age. Derek Lewis, 41. Josh Hogan, 28. Derek Lewis weighing in at 265 pounds. And I want to be very clear. Earlier, I said he looks better. 265 is the heavyweight limit. But Brandon, you've been around Derek Lewis. To his 265. There seems to be a little bit definition to his 265. And I'm not here to just break down Derek Lewis's physical appearance, but he looks better today at 265 than he has in the past.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the lines right now as we look at it. I mean, Hogan to win by knockout at it's now down to minus 135. Derek Lewis to win by knockout is plus 450. I make it make sense to me. Make it make sense, because to me, I just doubled down. I already had Derek Lewis money line. I just doubled down Derek Lewis by TKO or knockout.
Derek Lewis 9-7. They just showed it on the broadcast. 9-7 as a UFC underdog. Man. And by the way, Brandon, because you are a hockey guy and I got to do right by you, Carolina Hurricanes up 2-0 with 9 minutes to go in the third period. Hurricanes may be knocking on the door of their first Stanley Cup title, I believe, in 20 years for the Hurricanes. So we could be ending our Sunday night with a NBA champion, Stanley Cup champion, and Freedom 250 all at once. Chat Queen Kimberly says, rumor has it Mikey P is a Bears fan, as is the gentleman to his left. Yep.
A little bit.
Yep, little bit. Josh Hogan now trying to walk over. There's the middle finger. Again, here's the other part of this fight, Brandon. And if you're a true MMA fan, let's talk about it. Herb Dean is your referee.
Somebody's going to go to the ground and somebody's going to get 10 seconds to knock his block off while he's on the ground, knocked out cold before Herb Dean stops it.
Herb Dean is one of the very best, but Herb Dean has also had his moments. So here we go. We are officially, in my books now, Brandon, at the 2:06 mark, 2 hour, 6 minute mark of our broadcast. We are in the meat and potatoes, the very much entertaining side of this Freedom 250. Yes. Josh Hogan starting off with some leg kicks. Derek Lewis just as stoic as the statues in Washington, just not moving, not flinching. He is just, if this fight gets out of the first round, Brandon, I will be shocked.
You know what? It's one of those where I'm with you on that, because both of these guys tend to blow their load quick in these fights. And so it's going to be interesting to see. Which Josh Hogan right now is very active with his legs, throwing a lot of high body kicks, which I did not expect to see from Hogan, but. You're going to see something here where both guys are going to throw out everything that they have, and if it does get to a second round, it's where you start seeing some, just a couple of haymakers, and then we're going to relax for 30 seconds. Couple of haymakers, relax for 30 seconds. So I tend to agree with you. I think this is going to be a first round finish here at some point.
We saw Josh Hogan go for one of those spinning head kicks that you were talking about, and while you were talking, he slipped and missed. And I'm going to tell you what, man. you don't want to slip and have to pick yourself up off the ground before Derek Lewis can fire off a shot. That's first and foremost. And we just saw it. You're seeing, like, there's a difference in feints, and there's a way in Hokit fight sometimes where he kind of moves his body as if he's like caught in a hurricane or in a tornado, and it's to try to bring his opponent in. You do not want to play those games. And I'm not comparing the two, Brandon, but it's very what Anderson Silva used to do when he knew he was outclassing his opponent. You do not want to do that with Derek Lewis. You don't want to spit your mouthpiece out against Derek Lewis. And that is a way in which Josh Hokit could get this fight done, and that is he gets a takedown on Derek Lewis, but he's standing over him trying to land ground and pound. I would think you would want to get into his guard. He is not. Josh Hokit gets a takedown standing over Derek Lewis, looking to pick and choose his punches. I don't necessarily know the game plan here.
Yeah, I don't know what that game plan was either. Like, if you're going to take him down, then you're going to try to do some punishment on the ground, and you're just standing up and letting Derek Lewis put a foot in your chest and keep you at distance. I mean, it's just not at that point. Why didn't you just say standing up? I guess if you're, unless you're looking for points, but it's something here where he's still got Lewis down on the ground, and Lewis doing a good job of keeping him at bay. He's landing a couple of shots to Lewis's face, but doesn't look like anything too significant just yet. Lewis working his way back up, but yeah, no, I'm with you. Like, you can't not take this seriously. You can't take this at any point, because Derek Lewis is just one of those guys. Like, he's always been one of those guys that at any point, if you get caught sleeping, I mean, good luck. I mean, you're gonna wake up in a hospital. So,
I mean, even right there, and I didn't mean to cut you off. Excuse me,
no, but
right there, Derek Lewis was working his way up, and Josh Hokit was literally just throwing a punch to throw something. It was the softest punch I think I've ever seen in UFC, and he's just looking to land. It's that point style fighting that nobody likes to see, and I do think. Here's where Josh Hokit's character comes into play. I do think Josh Hokit wants to finish this by KO TKO, because Derek Lewis busted open, back of the head, nothing called.
Where he's bleeding from?
Yeah, it's back of the head. It's the side back of the left back side of his head. He is bleeding from. I don't know how that's not acknowledged. But you have to. Maybe it's no. Okay. So maybe I was wrong. It looks more towards the ear side, which, again, you have to imagine, what does that take out of – I think now it's actually above his eye. Okay,
it's above the eye.
Yeah, so it's above the eye. How much does that take out of Derek Lewis? We've got 40 seconds left, less than 40 seconds left in this first round. Josh Hokit, he's got the arm. It is fully extended. Derek Lewis not tapping yet. He's looking to fight out of it. Josh Hokit, fully extension on the arm. Derek Lewis, hand is up, but he's got 20 seconds, Brandon. If he could fight out of this here, I don't know that if you're Josh Hokit, number one, you want to squeeze out all your energy looking for this tap. I mean, you have Derek Lewis busted open. You have 10 seconds left. If Derek Lewis just stays in this position, you really have to ask yourself, what is Josh Hokit thinking? 3 seconds, 2 seconds, end of the round. We are headed to round 2.
Yeah, and if you're Josh Hokit, the thought process has to be, okay, that didn't work. What do I do now? Because I thought he had Lewis in trouble. I thought Lewis was in trouble there the entire time that Hokit had him down, and then when he got him in the arm bar, I really thought it was going to be a wrap right there. But for Lewis to be able to survive that now, you come back, you get to the corner, Lewis can sit down, talk with his corner, and be like, hey, this is what we saw. This is what you did. This is how he got to you. Here's what we got to do, and here's how we got to attack. If you're Hokit, your corner's like, good job. You threw everything at him. You've got him, but you still didn't finish him.
Yeah, and I think that's where we are at, because the one thing, if you're Josh Hokit, you don't want a desperate Derek Lewis.
No.
You just don't. And if it's Derek Lewis knowing this fight can't get back to the ground, I mean, I'm with you, by the way. I'm very shocked that I think 4 years ago Derek Lewis would have tapped to that. Like when Derek
Yeah.
Lewis was struggling with a lot of it, the physical back issues and all that, maybe even some would say if he was truly all in at certain points in his career, I think he would have tapped. But I do think there is something here for Derek Lewis does not want to lose to Josh Hokett. And I think we may see that here in the opening moments of this second round, just underway here. Lewis takes the center of the octagon, and now he's pressing forward. Brandon, he's got to keep this fight on the feet.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 110%. You can't let this go to the ground. I mean, we know that Lewis isn't known for his ground game, and you know, it's one of those things too where I think that you hear the whispers and you hear the news. Like, I mean, he knows that everybody's rooting for him to knock Hokett out. He knows that. I mean, we saw it. It was one of the tweets. You know, they show the tweets. UFC shows the tweets before the fight of fans and fighters and everybody tweeting in. And one of them said, I think everybody I know in the MMA world is hoping for Derek Lewis to end Hokett's reign right here. So I think Lewis knows that, and I think Lewis isn't ready to give that up unless you tear his damn arm off.
And you know what, Brandon, I got to say, I completely agree with you. I think Derek Lewis is already proving that much more aggressive in this second round. I mean, he's swinging for the fences. He's not landing huge, but he's really not landing much of any significant consequence yet. But Brandon, I'm now getting to a feeling where if it's one, it could be done for Derek Lewis here because we're not seeing the same, I don't think, tenacity out of Josh Hokett. And I wonder if it's from chasing the submission, being as active as he was. Because I believe, Josh Hokett rocks Derek Lewis, who, guess what, by the way, returns fire. And he rocks Josh Hokett. This is not fighting Curtis Blades. And you know what? Maybe Josh Hokett knows that. And now he's got Derek Lewis hurt up against the fence. Just under 3 minutes to go here in the second round. I always want to say Derek Lewis is hurt, and I just never know. I truly never know. Because now 3 seconds later, he's taking big steps forward here.
He does have that look sometimes like he's hurt and he's not really hurt. Sometimes it's almost like he's playing possum. But I honestly think Hokett's caught him good a couple of times here. And I think Lewis has just done a good job of returning fire and keeping Hokett at bay because he knows at any point if he comes in there and gets caught, it could be lights out for him. But right now, I mean, Hokett has done a phenomenal job of standing with Derek Lewis. So I got to give Hokett all the credit. Not exactly what I wanted to see, not what I thought that I would see. But for all the talk that he's done, he's in the center of the ring, and you could tell they're both gassed. But they're both, throwing haymakers right now.
Derek Lewis looks absolutely exhausted 2 minutes in.
Hokett's playing with him now.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Josh Hokett now landing more big shots on Derek Lewis. And you get to a point, Derek Lewis only landing 9 shots so far. But you get to a point where if shot number 12 is the one, it could close out the show. So if I was Josh Hokett right now, if I was his corner, I would say we are not looking to take this any longer than we need to take it. Let's get in and get out. If I'm Josh Hokett, the antics are fun. Beating up Derek Lewis is fun. Being able to say I beat up Derek Lewis and finished him is fun. But when you look at what Josh Hokett needs to do, he's got to get in and he's got to finish his fight because the longer Derek Lewis hangs around, you're still literally a fighting chance, a puncher's chance.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I was just thinking that same thing. Like if Derek Lewis is still standing at the end of the second round, which it does not look like it is going to be a thing, as it's not, as we just get the stoppage right now, and Hokett gets the stoppage on Derek Lewis as he knocks him down and then just finishes him on the ground. So look, it's what we talked about heading into this fight. Josh Hokett has to go out there and he has to do those things. He has to be able to punch, and he has to be able to stand with Derek Lewis, and he has to be able to throw. And he did those things, and he got the better of Derek Lewis in this fight. And the thing that surprised me was taking Derek Lewis down to the ground and showing that side of things, because that's not a side from Hokett we've seen a ton of.
And, I'm not playing reverse here, right? I'm not going back on anything I said, but
Mhm.
Brandon, what did we not see in that fight? We didn't see the middle fingers. We didn't really see the antics. We didn't see anything we saw against Curtis Blades from
Yeah.
Josh Hogan. So I'll make this proclamation right now. If that's the Josh Hogan we get moving forward, that's a guy I want to see fight at the top of the heavyweight division.
Yeah.
That version right there. You cut out the antics, all the other stuff. Because here's the thing, the antics can get you there. But what keeps you there is your fighting style. And what we saw from Josh Hogan tonight, all right, now I'm a believer. However, I will say this, and I take nothing away from Josh Hogan. Derek Lewis looks exhausted. I mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
he just looks like, I don't know if the outside weather factor, that would be the one where I believe Derek Lewis could say, or he would be the one to say, the weather, the outside elements could have played a factor. But here we see Josh Hogan talking to President Donald Trump. He's got some type of chain that he's going to gift the president here. All right. Well, now Josh Hogan putting a chain over Donald Trump's neck. I would like to get a close up of it. If I could see correctly, it looks like to be some sort of maybe trading card or something of Josh Hogan. I'm going to try to find out what that was here in a matter of moments. But you know what? Also, Brandon, Freedom 250 showing us that some of our greats, they are simply on their way out. Some of our more entertaining fighters are on their way out. We just saw what happened with Michael Chandler. We just saw Derek Lewis empty out the tank. He's exhausted. But now here comes the part. What do we get from Josh Hogan in this post-fight interview? I'm excited to see Bruce Buffer reading the official decision. I would hope we're getting Josh Hogan on the mic. It would make sense. We shall see, and we are.
Yeah, you're getting Josh Hogan right now talking right now with Joe Rogan. It's gonna be interesting to hear what he has to say, who he calls out next. I mean, I know the whole Pereira thing. I mean, obviously that's probably the next fight for Hogan, I would assume. Um, I look again, all respect to Josh Hogan for winning that fight tonight. All respect for him for going out and finding doing what he wanted to do in the heavyweight division here tonight. But I just you're probably looking at, I mean, yeah, I mean, are you gonna get Pereira to come up? Is Hogan gonna go down? Like, what are you gonna get out of that fight? So I don't know. I don't know what could be next for him. Probably I would maybe Acosta, maybe Pavlovich, or maybe he gets maybe he gets Cyril gone. I would say Aspinall, but Aspinall doesn't want to fight anymore.
Well, Brandon, while you were talking, Josh Hogan makes. Can we get him fighting Roman Reigns, who was just shown on the broadcast? I mean, I'll take that. I mean, acknowledge your OTC. Absolutely, ones to the sky. Josh Hogan called out Alex Pereira and did the chama on your mama. He called out Michelle Obama. I won't repeat what he said there. He did say he was going to bypass his speech and thanked his Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So we've got a 70% Josh Hogan post-fight antics. Brandon, I'll just say it. Probably not the guy I would call out in Alex Pereira in anything ever.
I mean, am I the only one who believe? Like, I mean, Pereira kills him, right?
On paper, yes. On paper, absolutely.
In the octagon, he kills him. I mean, not just on paper. Because look, I understand you always. I mean, everybody, any fighter, with if you connect, you could win the fight. But I mean, the level of Josh Hogan and Alex Pereira.
You're talking about one of the greatest of all time,
yes,
and then you're talking about Josh Hogan.
Right.
And then that's just what it is. Now we do have our final three fights Any closing thoughts on what we saw from Josh Hoggett? I don't know that we see a Alex Pereira fight anytime soon between Josh Hoggett and Pereira. However, I will say he is making a case for himself. But man, at this point, ahead of him is Waldo, Cortez Acosta, Pavlovich, Volkov, Gane, Aspinall, and then obviously Pereira once he fights tonight. I think you got to put him in against a younger Waldo Cortez Acosta, and I think that's where we truly find out. And younger in comparison to Derek Lewis, I should say.
Yeah, no, I agree. Look, I like Waldo. I think that would be a good fight. I mean, I to be honest with you, I'd like to see him fight a Cyril Gane. Or even if Tom Aspinall ever decides to step in an octagon again and stop milking this eye poke thing, like at some point you want to see that fight as well. I don't know that when you start talking. Look, I think when you're going up against strikers, Hoggett matches up well with those guys. He matches up well with Acosta. He matches up well with Cyril Gane. He matches up well with maybe even a Tom Aspinall. But when you're talking about a completely different animal when you're talking about Alex Pereira. Alex Pereira is a guy who I mean, one, can beat you with the striking game. Two, can beat you with the ground game. Three, can beat you with the submission game. Four, can beat you with anything that he throws at. He is better in every aspect of the fight game than Josh Hoggett is, including striking. So for me personally, I think that's a crazy call out for him. But I would love to see Pereira move up in weight class and take that clown out.
Yeah, I mean, we have the interim heavyweight title on the line tonight. Alex Pereira, Cyril Gane, co-main event. But right now, before we get to the co-main and main event, we've got one more. It is Sean O'Malley and Amin Zahabi coming up now. Sean O'Malley was a guy who captured everybody with the hair, the fight style, but this guy was also heralded as the next big thing. And then Marab Dvalishvili showed up, ran through him twice, once by decision, the other by submission. O'Malley gets a win against Song Yadong in January of this year. Amin Zahabi, though, is no joke. Brandon, if you're a fight fan, this is a fight. Like, this is a great, great fight.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Sean O'Malley's a sniper, and Sean O'Malley can put you to sleep quick. Look, Dvalishvili is another guy who's just. I think he's in a weight class where it's going to be hard to see somebody in that weight class in the top 5, top 10 right now be able to beat him. But when you're watching a fight like this, when you are watching, when you're watching O'Malley. O'Malley's a guy who at any time, from anywhere in the ring, can catch you. And if he catches you, you're in trouble. And the same thing with Zahabi, right? Like, Zahabi is just one of those guys, again, a full-rounded fighter. He can take it to the ground. He can strike with you. He can do all of that stuff. I mean, he's known as a striker the same way O'Malley's known as a striker. But both of those guys have well-rounded games. But what Zahabi has done in, I don't know, the last, let's say, 6 fights, what Zahabi has done? I mean, beating Vera, beating Aldo, beating Bassarat. Like, these were all fights where you looked at him and you're like, man, I don't know if he can go with these guys. But he outlasted all of them. All of them were decisions. He hasn't finished a fight in quite a while. But he's able to go out there and he's able to game plan and he's able to go with these guys for a full 3 rounds. And guys where you looked at it and you were like, man, I don't know if he's going to be able to do this. And he finds a way to get it done. And now you're in another spot where him against O'Malley, you're like, man, I don't know if he can do this, but I wouldn't be shocked to see him do it. I don't want to see him do it. Sean O'Malley is one of my favorite fighters of all time. I love watching Sean O'Malley fight. Which is funny because on the other side, in Zarab's corner is my absolute favorite fighter of all time, which is GSP. So
yeah,
It's it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun to watch. I think that this is, out of all of them, this is probably the one where you don't look at both fighters and have a good idea as to which side you think this fight is going to fall.
Yeah, this is for fight fans, in my opinion. This is a fight fan delight. Like, if you're a
Yeah.
true fight fan, you love this fight. And Brandon, let's just talk about it very quickly. In the bantamweight division, Petr Yan came back and took the belt off of Merab. And we didn't think, after the way Merab handled Sean O'Malley, that anyone would beat Merab. And Petr Yan did that. You know they want to run that fight back. Umar Nurmagomedov, he's there. Corey Sandhagen will be fighting Mario Bautista. O'Malley just beat Song Yadong. Like, this bantamweight division is so deep. And outside of Umar Nurmagomedov, man, I don't know what you like. You have to show up. This is the biggest high stakes fight of the night outside of the two title fights, which is why it's placed where it is. Michael Chandler, and Mauricio Ruffy, what they had on the line, it was a very entertaining fight. What we had in the opening fight of the night between Diego Lopes and Steve Garcia, that one has big stakes, but a lot of TBD around it. Bo Nichols win. We both agreed. We may not even see Bo Nickel fight in the top 15 after that performance. So when you look at where Sean O'Malley is and where he needs to go to get back to where he once was, which is the UFC Bantamweight champion, man, you have to be on point in this fight. And Umar Nurmagomedov is also scheduled to fight David Martinez. So you have Nurmagomedov booked. You have Corey Sandhagen booked. Song Yadong has already been defeated. And if it's not Merab and Petr Yan, if let's just say something were to happen, Brandon, we know how the UFC clock works. We know how the UFC calendar works. The winner of this fight could actually put themselves in position to be ready to go faster than any other top contender, depending on how this fight goes.
Yeah, no, I mean you're absolutely 110% correct. I mean, but look, when you look at the Sean O'Malley and you look at his career, I mean, other than Chito Vera and Dvalishvili, nobody's ever beaten him. And he's been equal to the task every single time. And he's been equal to the task every time you've put somebody in front of him. And he is that guy that can go in and legitimately fight anybody in this division and have a legitimate chance at winning. And that includes Petr Yan. That includes Dvalishvili. Like, yes, I know he's lost twice to Dvalishvili, but you still think that once he gets in the octagon with him, there's still a chance that Sugar Sean will find a way to finish this fight. He has been that dude, and he has been that dude throughout his entire career. And that is why he is still, the third or fourth ranked bantamweight in the world, because he has done it at every level and because he's done it against every opponent, minus, again, the Chito Vera, which Chito Vera, legend in this game. Love me some Chito Vera, who nobody can ever knock out. Yeah, I'm convinced that if you watched him get hit by a bus, he would still be standing afterwards, and the bus would be flipped over. Like, so Chito Vera is that dude. But him and Dvalishvili are the only two that have been able to solve the Sean O'Malley thing. So I think that, when you look at a guy like Sean O'Malley, I think if he wins this fight, could he get a rematch with Dvalishvili? Could he get a shot at Petr Yan? Absolutely, 110%. And I don't think anybody that is involved with this sport could have an issue with either one of those.
And you look at the walkout here for Amin Zahabi, man, you talk about a guy who looks like he's just ready to go. You talk about a guy who looks like if he could just teleport from the walkout into the octagon and Sean O'Malley would be there waiting and we'd already get through the intros. That's who Zahabi looks like to me. By the way, very quickly, Brandon, while we have a few moments during the walkouts and intros, Carolina Hurricanes win the Stanley Cup 3-0 Game 6 final over the Vegas Golden Knights. One of the more entertaining Stanley Cup finals, if not the most entertaining of all time. Your thoughts, your reaction to Carolina winning it all, and your thoughts on these finals?
Yeah, just back and forth. I mean, it was insane watching all of these goals be scored, watching all of the stuff, offensively that these teams were able to do. No 2 goal lead was safe, no 3 goal lead was safe, and hell, no 4 goal lead was safe in this series until this game right here in Game 6, where Carolina was able to shut them out and get things done and get their hands on the Stanley Cup. Kudos to Carolina. Kudos for doing their thing. Not an easy task against a Vegas team that, I mean, they just came out of nowhere. I thought that Colorado was going to cakewalk to the Cup. I thought they were going to cakewalk through the Western Conference at the very least, and then Vegas showed up and swept them, and then came out and took a lead in the Stanley Cup final. This was back and forth. The last 2 games went Carolina's way. They were able to get it done. Kudos to them, and congrats to them on a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, you are watching Coaching Company Watch Along for Freedom 250. I am Mike Pendleton. He is Brandon Combs, the executive producer of BetMGM tonight. Follow him on the X at Rio Combsy. You can follow me at MP2310. We have a full week of shows here. Our lineup starting tomorrow is as follows. You are going to have Coaching Company 10 a.m. Eastern right here on YouTube and on the Stadium Network, followed by the Off the Rope Show with the coach, Jonathan Coachman, on channel 156, Sirius XM Pro Wrestling Nation, for all your pro wrestling needs. And then you're going to have the Coach and Bro Show tomorrow evening, I should say, with Vince Russo and the coach. And then tomorrow night, our guy, Brandon Big Tommy C, will be hosting the last word after Monday Night Raw. And maybe tune in because maybe Gabby AF, our good friend Gabby Lospiza, cannot be there, so maybe Tommy made a call to the bullpen. Just maybe. So that is our full Monday lineup of shows. Want to thank every single body who has joined us. Again, still a great number on socials watching us, and I really appreciate everyone who has tuned in for this Freedom 250. Brandon, we're 2.5 hours in. Doesn't really feel like it. This must be a cakewalk for you, given your 5-hour shows you have to do.
Yeah, look, I mean, like, anytime I get to talk sports, anytime I get to watch and react to sports live, I love it. And doing this thing and being able to do this with you has been so much fun. Being able to watch these fights and react to them. So I always, like to thank you, like to thank Coach for giving me that opportunity to do these things with you guys. But we're 2 hours in, buddy. This is light work.
Yeah, this is light work, and I'm here for it. I absolutely love it. All right, it is that time. I think we were both on Derek Lewis. I didn't actually get the official prediction, but I think we were both on Derek Lewis. Obviously, so I've lost my last 2. I kind of dropped the ball here. I don't know if you had Michael Chandler or Mauricio Ruffy.
I had Ruffy. I was rooting for Chandler, but I had Ruffy.
Yeah. So a lot smarter than me, except in the first 2 fights. So we're both looking for a dub here. Your official prediction for this fight?
I'm going to go with Sean O'Malley to get it done. I mean, he's done it his entire career. There's no reason to think that he's taken a step back. There's no reason to think that he can't get it done again. I love this kid, man. I love everything that he has. He is another guy who, yeah, sure, he has some antics. He has some things that he does, but once he gets in that ring, man, he is all business, and he gets things done. And I think he's going to get it done again tonight. And that's no disrespect to obviously to Zahabi, but I think Sean O'Malley is that dude, and I think he's going to get another shot at the title.
How about this? And I mean this wholeheartedly, Brandon. I actually love what I just saw while you were talking. The military member who was walking out with Sean O'Malley was screaming, fired up. Man, I don't care if you're a fan of Sean O'Malley or not. I don't care. That fighter's name could be ABCDE. And if you're walking with a guy like that, man, I'm ready to run through everything. You think you're going in for battle. This is a war, man. I am on Zahabi mainly to just oppose you, but when you see that, I don't know how Sean O'Malley, who has toned down the antics, who has gotten to be, dare I say, a bit even more fan-friendly with his just mindset towards his career, Man, and I know I'm pulling out storylines, Brandon, that may not make sense to most people, but when you're walking with that type of energy, given the circumstance and the event that this is at the White House, I don't know, although I'm doing it, I don't know how you bet against Sean O'Malley.
Yeah, and that's just, I mean, look, to both of these fighters, I think I think O'Malley was -110 last I looked, and Zahabi was -105. So, even the books think that this is going to be a close fought fight. Even the books know that this is going to be one that's going to be hard to tell you either way. Look, I think it's going to be O'Malley. I don't think there's any reason to doubt that O'Malley can get it done again. But I also know that Zahabi is very capable. And I also wouldn't be shocked if Zahabi found a way to get things done and to move up in the rankings and to get his shot. For me personally, when I've watched Sean O'Malley throughout his career, I followed him ever since he was, on the Ultimate Fighter, watched him, fight after. I mean, this guy fights a lot too. Like, Sean O'Malley is a fighting fighter. Like, he is a guy who does not take a ton of time off in between fights. And so I love watching this kid go, and I don't think he's even close to hitting his peak just yet, which is crazy to say considering how good he's been.
And when you look at it, Brandon Amin Zahabi, 14-2 in his career. On that
Yeah.
other side, though, 7-fight win streak. All the momentum he has will truly come to light here against Sean O'Malley. We are set. Bruce Buffer doing the introductions right now. Listen, I think this is one of the more important fights on this card. Every fight's been entertaining. Hate or love the result, hate or love who won. This card has delivered.
Yeah.
In a sense of we haven't seen anything too boring, right? I believe if memory serves me correct, I don't even think we've hit a third round yet, Brandon.
We have not. But I've got to tell you, the most shocking thing of the night just happened. You hear the name of Aman Zahabi. Did not think Canadian. Did not think he was a Canadian fighter. Apparently a Canadian fighter. Hails from fights out of Canada. So would have never thought.
You have that, but also, how about this in the chat, Brandon?
What's going on, kid? How we doing? Thanks for.
Listen, the family support is real there in the Combs household, which is awesome. I don't have anyone jumping in the chat on my end. But that's okay. The chat queen Kimberly is here. She's been hanging out. She says your Stanley Cup fun fact. Rod, I'm gonna butcher that name because I don't do hockey. Is the only person in the expansion era to win Stanley Cup as a captain and coach of the same team. So Rod Brind'Amour, or whatever his name is. No disrespect. I just don't want to butcher your name. There you go.
You got it.
Damn. Well, your son says, I wish Coach was here. So sorry to disappoint, my guy, I guess. Brandon, clearly you don't talk about me to your family because I thought I carried some weight in the Combs. That's all right.
I mean, look, I got to tell you, Brandon Jr. is a huge wrestling fan. Huge wrestling fan. So when he found out that I was doing some stuff with Coach, the only thing that he has asked me every time that I talk about it is can I talk to Coach? It's not even like, hey Dad, how you doing? He's like, hey, can I talk to Coach yet? So yeah, it's just one of those things. We just kind of got to take it. Even as his dad, I just have to understand that I play second fiddle to Coach.
Well, I don't think you've ever said this to Coach, so I think it must be addressed tomorrow morning. And by the way, can you just do the kid a favor, damn it, and let Coach. I mean, give the kid his 10 seconds of a hello. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Coach only charges $50 for a video hello, so I might have to pony up.
I think this, you know what? Everyone tune in to Coaching Company tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern right here on our YouTube channel. We'll see how Brandon pays this one off. I think you should absolutely do it if Zahabi gets the victory here. I'm now this guy. So that's fine. I'll be this guy.
Like your
It's all
name's not at the bottom of the
yeah, no, it's
screen.
all right. It's all right. No, I see what you've done in your household. Just over 90 seconds into the first round, Sean O'Malley has just been pushing the action here. He's got Zahabi fighting on his back foot a lot.
Yeah.
This is the Sean O'Malley that won a UFC title.
Yes.
Yeah, he is, as you said, a sniper. He is picking and choosing his shots. Um, Hands down. I mean, this is the classic Sean O'Malley, but I'm not saying Zahabi's out of it, but this is the kind of O'Malley you had to see tonight.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is the O'Malley that I've known and grown accustomed to, right? Like the guy who can straight come at him. He's gonna jab you. And then you get on your back foot and he's gonna attack you. And that's just what he does. And he is a guy that from any angle can get you off of him and he can get you off your game and you don't see it. And the other thing about O'Malley is he looks small, man, but he is sneaky strong. He is sneaky strong. He doesn't have the big formed, muscles on his arms. He doesn't have the big formed biceps. He is sneaky strong and sneaky powerful. And a lot of people find that out after it's too late.
Well, here's the thing. I know he's muscular, at least in his left arm. It's just covered up by the tattoos. Obviously that's how that works. That's simple logic right there. But Brandon, one thing I wanted to point out as well, and again, I'm just talking broadcast terms here. The lighting is very special and unique, and obviously it has to be because it's outside. But I don't think that they've missed a step with the broadcast presentation, but the lighting very, very bright in there as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think the lighting's been great. I think the stage has been great. I think honestly, the way that this has gone kind of sets this up for future UFC outdoor events. And I really honestly hope that Dana and TKO takes notice of this and is like, hey, we can do this more. We can do this more. We can go to, wherever it is. We can start doing these things in football stadiums. Can you imagine one of the greatest UFC cards of all time in a football stadium?
I would love it. I would love it. It may not be in the northwest suburbs of Chicago, maybe Hammond, Indiana.
Hammond, Indiana.
I mean, why wouldn't you want to go there? But here we go. Less than a minute left in round number one. And if you're scoring at home, Brandon, I'm taking a 10-9 here for Sean O'Malley through round one. I've just been more consistent, more aggressive, landing more. Zahabi just hasn't seemed to get off the schneid and really find his rhythm yet. But yeah, this is a Sean O'Malley round for me.
Yeah, same here. Zahabi looks very uncomfortable, and it looks like O'Malley's done a great job of making him look that way. And O'Malley here striking here at the end too, pushing him back again on his back foot. So yeah, for me this one's been all O'Malley in this round. So I would definitely score a 10-9 O'Malley as well.
Yeah, final seconds here ticking away. Sean O'Malley in control of round number one. Now, Brandon, we were just talking moments ago about bigger venues, football stadiums, stuff like that. Would it be safe to say? Could we both agree? Let's do one and done at the White House, and we're good on that.
You know what? To be honest with you, I'd be okay if they do once a year around the 4th of July. I think it adds that atmosphere. It adds that aspect of things. And there'll be other time. Look, I understand the political thing about it. I understand that how whether you hate the president or whether you love the president, get all that out of there. At some point, the next couple of years, there'll be a new president in there. And you could still do the UFC at the White House, and there could still be this spectacle. I think that this is great for all of the men and women of our armed forces who have been invited to this event to be in the stands, to be able to be there free of charge, to be able to do these things. I think it's phenomenal, and I would love to see them do this more than just once.
Absolutely. I think I do agree. I think I agree to that point. But it is going to come down to, unfortunately, while we want to keep politics out of sports, it will come down to the administration and who's running this beautiful country that we live in. Yeah, Brandon, right now, Sean O'Malley on Polymarket, the official partner of the UFC, 87%. I mean, Zahabi
Yeah.
getting a little more aggressive here in the second round, but Sean O'Malley just picking him apart.
Yeah, no, it's been an absolute clinic for a round and a minute so far from Sean O'Malley. Just absolutely. I mean, the jabs are crisp. He looks locked in the entire way. He is not fighting on his back foot. He's been the aggressor the entire time. Zahabi's come forward a few times, but when Zahabi comes forward, he's thrown a couple of kicks. They've been checked by O'Malley, and then O'Malley just returns fire with a jab or with a hook. So I think O'Malley's done a great job. I think he's putting on a clinic, and I expect to see more of the same here as this progresses.
And I don't say this because I like to go against you, but Brandon, I will say it's on you if it's your favorite fighter whose fight is the first fight to go to the third round. I'm just gonna say it. If it happens to go that way, and Zahabi's best, to your point, Zahabi's best strikes have been the leg kicks to O'Malley. He's outstriking O'Malley in that regard with the leg kicks. But Zahabi's swelling up on his face. Sean O'Malley just picking and choosing his spot. Chat Queen Kimberly says CBS dropped the ball by not airing this for free. I would normally absolutely agree, but Brandon, given all the things that went into making this presentation, they had to put it on Paramount Plus. You got to drive up those subscribers.
Yeah, no, I mean you kind of do. I mean that's the way that you get the subscribers. You look, I mean CBS putting this on would have been phenomenal as well, and maybe that's the way that you do it every time from here on out. If you're gonna do the 4th of July, if you're gonna do more events at the White House, maybe every 4th of July on CBS would be kind of a cool thing to see. I do love when you see some of the local networks able to air these things and able to get more eyes on it. Not only for the fact that you get people to see it and they don't have to pay for a subscription to see it or don't have to pay a pay-per-view price to see it, but the fact that it gets more eyes on this great sport. To get more eyes on this sport would be phenomenal, and I think that it's exactly what the sport needs. Even more so than I hear a lot of people talk about they need a superstar, and I think that there's plenty of superstars out there. I think Sean O'Malley's one of those superstars. I just think it needs more eyes on the product, and I love when you see different people being able to take it in.
Yeah, absolutely. And much of the same here, Brandon, in the second round. And here's the thing. I don't know that we're ever going to get to a point where this is a consistent event, the White House or the 4th of July, whatever the case may be. Now, it does call into question how much politics played a part in broadcast decisions. Kimberly saying petty machete move. By the way, Brandon, very, very importantly, Nana wants you to know that she is watching and says hello. So,
My mom out there watching. What's going on, Mom? Thanks for tuning in. I'm sure she's watching it. Her and my dad watching at the house on the big screen, most likely. Got my fat ugly mug up on the screen as oh my goodness, Sean O'Malley with the finish. Wow, Sugar Sean. See, I mentioned Mom, and Sean's like, here you go, Mom. I got something for you. What a finish by Sean O'Malley, baby. No third round needed. Third round needed, Mikey.
That was the Sean O'Malley we've all come to know, and most of us love in the UFC bantamweight division. What a performance, Sean O'Malley, right back in, just like we said about Diego Lopes, right back into the title fight picture. By the way, shout out Donald Trump not wearing the Josh Hokit trading card that was on the chain that Hokit. I love it. I'm just gonna say that. Sean O'Malley, listen, hate him or love him, you gotta be excited for that, because that is the type of fight when you've seen a guy get taken out of his game, the way Marab took Sean O'Malley out, and then going up against Song Yadong and really not getting the performance that Sean O'Malley likely would have liked to have, which is a knockout performance that he had tonight. Sean O'Malley has re-arrived back at the top of the bantamweight division, and whoever is next has plenty to look out for with Sugar. Look at this. It's a left hand to start it, drops him, follow up with a
Man.
right, and sits him down. Sean O'Malley, like a true American, salutes after the right hand put Zahabi away. The left
That
hand just absolutely closed it. The right hand was academic and it stood for the salute. What a finish from Sean O'Malley.
Yeah, that's the Sean O'Malley that we've known and grown accustomed to. That's the Sean O'Malley that he's been his entire career, with the exception again of the 2 championship fights against Willie and the one fight early in his career with the first time that he took on Chito Vera. You look at this kid, man, and I don't know. I look, to me, if I'm Dana, if I'm the UFC, Peter Yan's next. Peter Yan's next, and you got to give him the opportunity to go back after the title. He's proven time and time again that he is that dude. He's proven time and time again that he can deliver and that he can go toe to toe with anybody in the division.
Yeah, if you get a finish like that, you've got it's very hard to argue against the future next move for Sean O'Malley. By the way, shout out to the Combs parents, right? I am, as we have established, I am this guy. So it's nice to have you all watching here on the brand. But we are now set, Brandon. This has been a ton of fun, and
Yeah,
we're about to hit hour number 3, and here
yeah.
we go. Here we go. These next 2 fights are what these fights or this event was built for. This is everything we have wanted. Let's get into this conversation now, Brandon. Dana White, the UFC president, has said with a 3rd belt, and we know Alex Pereira has done 185 middleweight championship, 205 light heavyweight championship. With a 3rd belt, Dana White believes Alex Pereira replaces John Jones as the GOAT. The easy argument is John Jones has never lost a fight. Your argument, your thoughts on Dana White's comments.
I mean, look, I know there's a lot of animosity right now between John Jones and the UFC. I think that has a lot to do with Dana White's comments. I definitely look. I love Alex Pereira. I think Alex Pereira is one of the greatest fighters that we've ever seen. But the draw against Gane, the loss to Ankalaev, I can't look at what he's done through the body of his career in the same way that I look at the body of what a John Jones has done. I mean, you're talking about a guy, he lost to Adesanya. Of course, I mean, look, Adesanya, another dude who's just out of this world. And the, early in his career, before he even got to the UFC, his first fight, he lost his first fight. So it's just something you've never seen from John Jones. And I don't know how you can look at John Jones. I don't know how you could look at anything. And my son's an idiot in the chat saying I'd step in the octagon with Dana White. He would kill you. I look at John Jones, and he's just the greatest fighter of all time. I don't think that there's any disputing it. Is he my favorite fighter of all time? No. Do I think that he's an idiot for a lot of the things that he's done? Absolutely. Would he murder me if he ever heard me say that? And would I say it to his face? Absolutely not. But there are some things that he's done with his life and some decisions that he's made where I'm just like, I mean, come on, man. You have the whole world in the palm of your hands. The whole world in the palm of your hands, you make these decisions. I understand that aspect of John Jones. But when it comes inside of that octagon, when it comes to fighting and being a pure fighter, there is nobody in the world that has ever stepped in the octagon that is better than John Jones.
For conversation purposes, Brandon, I want to do this very quickly. And by the way, thank you to, I believe, your mom, who says I make a good teammate with you. Thank you very much for that. And I have no comments except get your household together, Brandon. If your junior believes he is going to take down Dana White. So I'm going to start here. Outside of Israel Adesanya, you've got Sean Strickland, Jan Blachowicz, Yuri Prohaska twice, Jamal Hill, Magomed Ankalaev twice, and now Ciryl Gane. That's Alex Pereira's resume. Couple of those were fights that happened more than once. Ankalaev twice, Adesanya, I believe that was twice, may have been 3 times. I want to double check that actually. Adesanya twice.
He fought Adesanya twice, and they were 1-1.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's all. That's great. That's all great. Now I present to you the resume of John Jones, Stipe Miocic, Ciryl Gane, Dominic Reyes, Thiago Santos, Anthony Smith, Alexander Gustafsson, Daniel Cormier, not once but twice, Glover Teixeira, Gustafsson again, Chael Sonnen, Vitor Belfort, Rashad Evans, Lyoto Machida, Rampage Jackson, Shogun Rua, Ryan Bader.
Yeah.
And you know, that is like in the early stages. Then there was others, the Brandon Veras, the Stephan Bonners, even Stephan Bonner. This is a guy who's been in the UFC since 2008, Brandon.
Yep.
That resume is literally no joke. And I take nothing away from Alex Pereira. It is an incredible accomplishment to have 3 different belts. Now, there are 2 arguments here, Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
Could you give Pereira more credit if he was an active multiple division champion? That would mean GOAT status, in my opinion. Right? If he's defending 205 and heavyweight, that's what that would mean to me. That would be GOAT status for me. And just the longevity of how long John has done it in comparison to Alex Pereira. But this feels very much like the NBA conversation where who's the great, like you know who the greatest ever is, but you have to have the conversation with others. And Alex Pereira is fantastic. But I think there's one thing we're not talking about enough. For as great and skilled and talented, Brandon, that Alex Pereira is, his best ability has absolutely been his availability.
Yeah.
And I think he's capitalized when others weren't willing or able to step up. Alex Pereira stepped up and made the most of it because he is that talented. But there's also a point where you reach championship superstar status, as we've seen with other icons in the sport, where fighting as often as Alex Pereira does just doesn't make sense for most people. Alex Pereira simply doesn't care. That's why I say his best ability is availability.
Yeah, and you look at some of Pereira's losses, right? They've been against the really well-rounded fighters, Israel Adesanya, Ankalaev. You're looking at 2 guys who can beat you in a multitude of ways, and that's been his problem. And now he's going up against a guy in Ciryl Gane, who is kind of the same thing, right? He's kind of a guy who can beat you in a multitude of ways. I like Ciryl Gane a lot. I don't think this is a foregone conclusion at all. And if I understand what Dana's saying. If he wins, you're going to put him up there with John Jones just because of all the beef that they have with John Jones right now. What is if he loses to Ciryl Gane? You know what I mean? Like what at that point, what do you make of Alex Pereira's career then? I still think he's one of the greatest of all time, but I also think that he's one of the greatest of all time where you look at his resume and you're like, yeah, but every time he stepped in a ring with somebody who was well-rounded, he found a way to not get the job done.
Right.
And it's almost like when you talk about in other sports, right? When you compare in other sports, right? We all agree Tom Brady's the GOAT. We all agree Tom Brady's the greatest of all time. I'm one that'll tell you that Aaron Rodgers, as much as I hate him, is to me the greatest quarterback I've ever watched play the position. Who can make the throws, who can do all of those things. But the reason why he's not the GOAT is because when it comes time to it, and when it comes to playoffs, and when it comes to he's just never gotten the job done. And that's where you're looking at right here. It's sure, there's no slight in saying Alex Pereira is one of the greatest fighters of all time. But to say that he's better than John Jones is just, I don't even believe that Dana believes that. I just think Dana said it because of all the stuff going on between him and John Jones right now.
Well, I have a couple of things I want to pick a fight with you about. First and foremost, your comment about Aaron Rodgers. I mean, absolutely not. Uncle
What?
Rico, Uncle Rico, Bobby Boucher, like so many other guys come to mind over Kyle Orton,
Yeah.
Rex. I mean, what are we talking? I mean,
Yeah.
literally, what are we talking about
We're
here?
talking about there have been 5 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL that have thrown for 5,000 yards and less than 6 interceptions, and that is Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers.
Well, the fact that you've kept that stat at the front of your brain really disappoints me right now. And what else disappoints me is that we've got a Conor McGregor. By the way, yeah, that hat that he's wearing, I cannot talk about it on the broadcast. But that hat that Conor McGregor is wearing, I need that hat. I will never take that hat off. I got to find
You
that
can
hat.
say it on the podcast.
No,
It says
no.
it says it says shoot the fook up.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to go back now that we have the back and forth between Max Holloway and Connor. I cannot wait to go back and listen to this. This is going to be amazing as Joe
Yes.
Rogan holds court between those two. July
Let me ask
11th.
you a question real quick.
Go ahead.
With that fight, McGregor and Holloway, if you're McGregor and you've taken all of that time off and you're coming back, you really want Holloway?
At 170 pounds, yep.
Dude, I don't see any way I could get myself to not believe that Max Holloway just drops him.
170 pounds. I just think Connor's built physically different than Max Holloway at 170. And let us not forget what happened to Max Holloway recently against a Ilya Taporia, who we'll see in the main event.
Come on. It's Ilya Taporia versus Conor McGregor at this stage of his career are just two totally night and day things.
I understand that, but I am under the belief, Brandon. I am truly under the belief that there are long-lasting effects to certain fights.
Huh.
I'd say the same thing about Justin Gaethje. I would absolutely say the same thing about Justin Gaethje. I mean, we're talking about an actual fist fight here, Brandon, right? Like we're there are so many things, and this is what the beauty of MMA and fighting is to me. You get knocked out in that way, and yes, I know Max has come back and he beat Dustin Poirier, but he lost to Charles Oliveira after that. There comes a point in time where just I don't even want to say doubt, but there is a second thought. It would be very similar to a guy like, let's say, Aaron Rodgers in the NFL, right? Like the way he tore his Achilles. Or when there's certain players in certain sports, when you get hurt or get your career shut down for a period of time because of something you did, the next time you have to do that same thing, the repetition will also bring hesitation. So I don't know that Max Holloway or Justin Gaethje, guys like that, guys who have been through wars, Michael Chandler, same thing. You can't go through all those wars and believe you're the same person when you first got into this sport. You're just simply not. Conor McGregor, although he has been beat, he has not been through as many wars as Max Holloway. And I think from a physical stature, the way that Conor's body frame is built is so much better fitting for 170. And then when you talk about putting on weight, how do you put on the weight? We've seen Conor at 170 pounds. We haven't seen Max at 170 pounds. We've heard Max say, I have fights up to heavyweight, brother. And I believe him. I believe Max Holloway could fight at heavyweight. I believe Max Holloway would fight at 180 pounds. He would fight at heavyweight. I truly do believe that. But there comes a point in which you have to know your body and know your fighting style. And I just simply believe that at the way their body is framed and what Conor McGregor is capable of, and the fact that I've seen him at 170, that's why I like him over Max Holloway.
I mean, I love your points. And I agree with you. I mean, there are long lasting effects, especially in certain fights. I just, man, when you look at a guy like Max Holloway, who's so hard to put away, so hard to put away, and you look at, and we haven't seen Connor since the leg injury against Dustin, really. You know what I mean? So it's to me, it's hard for me to think that a fighter who's been at the top of his game in the way that Holloway has been at such a high level consistently over the last however many years versus a guy who's coming off of the bench. It's that old rust versus rust, which is where that's why I have a hard time believing that Max is a good spot even at 170 for Connor. Just because of, again, just, I mean, at the top of his game. I mean, Max Holloway is a killer, man. He's got that killer mentality. And I just I would have liked to have seen almost, I guess not an easier opponent per se, because I don't think that in this game, I don't think there really are easy opponents, but almost like a tune-up opponent before you start getting into, so that you can see where you're at, so that you can test your level where you're at. Because if you're coming back after a long hiatus, and to see where you're at and to see where you stand is Max Holloway standing in front of you, I just think you put yourself in a bad position.
Yeah, it's not the greatest return to action. I will say that, right? I will definitely say that. Do I think the UFC got it backwards? Yeah, I would have absolutely gone Michael Chandler, Max Holloway, Nate Diaz.
Correct.
I think that's 100% the way you do it. But I want to get back to, as we see the pre-fight package for Alex Pereira and Cyril Gane. Let's get back into this point about that fight, Brandon, and what Dana White has said about John Jones and Alex Pereira and who's the GOAT and who's this and who's that. Again, MMA math does not always work, but simple logic does. John Jones ran through Cyril Gane like butter, like
Yeah.
melted butter. The submission was so quick, so simple, so easy. You that was one of those fights where casual fans go, "Oh, did they set that up for him to win?" No, John Jones is simply that good. And for me, I just look at it, man. If Alex Pereira can replicate what John Jones did, if he makes it easy against Cyril Gane, which by the way, it won't be easy, but if he makes short order of this fight, man, I cannot. I really cannot see a world in which we argue against what Dana said. If Alex Pereira runs through Cyril Gane right now, recency bias, yes, Alex Pereira. But again, I go back to the resume that John has. The only way, in my opinion, the only way to beat it is to be defending multiple divisions. And I don't know that Alex Pereira wants to do that, but we saw it with Amanda Nunes, and I'm not comparing the two at all. But when you're defending multiple divisions, you just get a little bit more credibility added to your legacy. So for me, Alex Pereira, he's got to have a statement here, and we are set for the walk. Man, Brandon, your excitement level for this fight.
Oh, dude. I mean, this to me is probably the fight of the night, because again, Cyril Gane is one of those dudes that could, end what people are talking about with Alex Pereira, what Dana White is talking about with Alex Pereira. Cyril Gane is one of those dudes that can put anybody to sleep, and he can wrestle with you, and he can go to the ground with you, and he can grapple, and he can do everything the same way Alex Pereira can do everything. I think this is a perfect matchup for Alex Pereira. I think it's a perfect matchup for Cyril Gane to test who is better right now. And honestly, I don't know where I lean, but I think like part of me wants to play Cyril Gane here.
Yeah, I get that. He's a very good technical striker. He is very good technically. But man, it's just hard, Brandon. For
Yeah.
me, it's just hard. Like, here's the thing. I'm gonna pull back the curtain on me a little bit here. I am as I mentioned earlier, not only the biggest Conor McGregor fan, but one of the biggest Israel Adesanya fans you'll ever find. I think not only is Israel Adesanya one of the greatest fighters I've seen since watching this sport, even though the last few fights have not gone great. I think he's one of the more intellectual human beings this sport will ever see. I think the way he approaches life is so special. So he had me hook, line, and sinker from the moment he made his UFC debut, and even going back to his glory kickboxing days, a la Alex Pereira as well. But with all that being said, I was not Shama early in his career, early in his UFC run. Before Sean Strickland was the phenomenon that is Sean Strickland, I wanted Sean Strickland to win against Alex Pereira. And it wasn't until the infamous, did you see what I did? Did you
Yes.
see what I did? Obviously, him and Adesanya are 1-1, Pereira and Adesanya, but man, I have grown to love Alex Pereira, and I just have to go off of what I've seen in high level moments. And what I've seen is Cyril Gane was not ready for the very best of the best. And right now, I believe Alex Pereira is the very best of the best.
Mm. I mean, it's hard to argue that point. It really is. I mean, when you're talking about Cyril Gane and you've watched against, the obviously the no contest against Aspinall, right? But I mean, look, Volkov, Spivak, they got the best of Cyril Gane, and it did not end well for them. Obviously, John Jones submits Cyril Gane, Francis Ngannou, but beyond that, I mean, Ty, Derek Lewis. I mean, these are guys that have gone up against Cyril Gane and not fared well, and these are all guys that we've talked about tonight as being very good, guys that we believe in, guys that we talk about. I when you say that he's gone against the best of the best, if you're talking about John Jones and not be ready, I don't think anybody was ready for John Jones. And if you're talking about the, Francis Ngannou, he lost that fight by decision. And it's not like he went out there and just and got owned or got knocked out or got tapped. Like it went there and he got Ngannou at Ngannou's best, and Ngannou had a better game plan that night. And you talk it up to that, but he didn't get finished. John Jones is the only one that I look at Cyril Gane's resume, and I'm like, man, I can't believe how that went, because he was disappointing against John Jones, especially John Jones coming back, and John Jones had that injury at the time with the toe.
I hear you. I do hear you. Maybe I'm on the Poetan Kool-Aid, but everything I've seen to do it at 185, 205, and now potentially heavyweight. And I think that's the other part of it too, Brandon, is that when you look at the maybe devil's advocate side, it is so hard to be good in just one division. For Alex Pereira to be good in two and now potentially three, that is truly a testament of time and just training and everything that it takes to be a world-class champion. If there's anyone who can do it, it is definitely Alex Pereira, but it's not, you have to consider the fact that he's moving up in weight. And yes, he's built for heavyweight. It's not like he's 170 moving up to heavyweight. He is built for heavyweight, but how does everything transition over to heavyweight? And by the way, if he does this bow and arrow strut all the way from the hallway into we'll be here for a minute. It does not look like he is doing that. We are getting. By the way, I don't know if there's scary. Take all the scary movies you've ever seen. Take every villain you've ever seen, and put them at the end of an alley. And then put Alex Pereira at the end of the other side of that alley. And I'm walking towards every scary movie character I've ever seen. This man on a fight night, shaved head, stoic, nah, man, I'm good. I'm good. I never want to see,
Yeah.
man. Man, and by the way, the guys, the gentlemen, the American heroes that are walking with him, perfect. You guys need to be stoic as well. Everyone's got to match the Powhatan walkout here, and for Alex Pereira to do the whole thing, Brandon, be
Mm.
scruffy during the weeks before, got the big beard, the hair that looks it hasn't been washed in 2 weeks, and then on fight night just be clean, smooth, shaven. Just this guy, for not being a fully transitioned English speaking star. Brandon, let me just throw this. I know you're going to call me crazy, but would it be too much of a stretch to say he is essentially, given language barriers and everything else, the Shohei Ohtani of MMA? Because he doesn't talk a lot, but when he is at his best, there's no denying he is absolutely one of the greatest we've ever seen.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, look, to that extent, I look at Pereira, and Pereira is great. He really is. But I think that almost to a point like where you were talking about Cyril Gane, I think it almost matches to Alex Pereira. Like when you talk about Alex Pereira and you talk about, not being ready for some of the bigger fights. I mean, that loss to Ankalaev was not a good loss at all. I mean, if you're talking about somebody who's the greatest of all time, and then, obviously, look, the back-to-back fights against Izzy, I mean, they were great fights.
Yes.
And Izzy was just at the top of his game. And they were 1-1. I think he is one of those guys who can be looked at as one of the greatest of all time. But he's on a list of one of the greatest of all time. I think that there is a John Jones list, and then there is everybody else.
Everybody else. Yeah, it's hard to argue against that. But we have arrived at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mike Pendleton. He is Brandon Combs, the executive producer of BetMGM tonight. You can hear it 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern every single weekday, Monday through Friday, with Brandon running the show. You can catch me on Coaching Company and all things BTT Studios Monday through Friday. Coaching Company, 10 a.m. Eastern, right here on our YouTube page, as well as the Stadium Network. Brandon, we've arrived. And, a lot of people are very excited for the main event. It's almost great, and I know you have to do it because of the interim and the undisputed tags that the two title fights are. You can't have an interim, in my opinion, over the. I mean, you can, you can, right? If it was a women's
At this
strawweight
point, is it
interim.
really an interim? Do you
Right.
believe
Well,
Aspinall's coming back?
that's the other part of this, and we'll talk about that. Given who wins this fight, we will get all into what happens next in the heavyweight division. But man, I think we're gonna look back when Alex Pereira is done and go one of one, because of what he did was so different and unique. I think resume for resume, it's going to be very hard for anyone ever to match what John Jones has done in any weight class across anything. And there is a conversation that at 29 years old, if Ilia Topuria continues to run through everybody else, if he moves up in weight and goes that whatever he does, there's a conversation to be had there 5 years from now if he keeps doing what he's doing. But in a short order of time, the people that Alex Pereira has beaten and lost to, because I do think that is a part of a legacy. We've got to get over this undefeated, this kind of stigma of like, oh my God, you have to be undefeated. No, you don't. Khabib Nurmagomedov was one of one. But we really don't even talk about him in that same breath of the John Jones and maybe the George St. Pierre, but even he fell and died on that hill more than one. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
for me, Alex Pereira can still be one of the absolute greatest while taking losses because it's the way in which he bounces back. Now, here's a massive test. I would like to argue, and we could talk about it going into the main event. I would like to argue that Alex Pereira is a bigger superstar to the fight fans than Ilia Topuria is. While Ilia Topuria, I think, TKO and the UFC are trying to make. Brandon, I don't know, and again, we could talk about this more before the main event. Did you know he has two separate documentaries, one on HBO Max and one on Paramount Plus?
I did not.
I just don't understand. Like
Yeah.
it's no disrespect to Ilia Topuria at all. Hell, I am no Brad Pitt. I can admit he is a very good-looking young man, right?
Yeah.
He could walk the Hollywood Walk of Fame right now and be a movie star. But brother, this ain't it. You're only 29 years old. It just feels like TKO's a little and UFC's a little ahead of themselves in the marketing machine with Ilia Topuria. Because you put him in all these billboards, all these spotlights. The one day he falls could be his downfall for the rest of his career. The reason I bring that up is because Alex Pereira has lost before. But Alex
Mhm.
Pereira has won many times over before. So when I look at Alex Pereira, I think he's the biggest reason this spectacle is as special as it is. Because right now, as Bruce Buffer does the introductions, Brandon, we're looking at a chance of potential history. The first fighter ever to have 3 different belts. He's already the first fighter ever to have middleweight and light heavyweight titles.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And everything you say is right about, you know, about Alex Pereira, right? Like you look at him and you look at some of these guys, like Khabib's a great point, right? Because Khabib retired way ahead of when he was supposed to retire. And it was
Mhm.
sad to see and it was tough to see because he was at the top of his game. And I don't know who in that weight class was going to touch Khabib. I really don't. Like he was
Nobody.
that damn good. And I think he's, when you start talking about, some of the greatest of all time, I think you have to throw Khabib in there. I think you have to throw guys like GSP in there who did lose. I think you have to throw guys who, I mean, losses don't necessarily, you don't have to go undefeated to be the greatest of all time. I just think John Jones did it on a different level. Now, when you're talking about Alex Pereira, when you're talking about, Ilia Topuria, I think what happens when you talk about Ilia is the UFC starts listening to everybody out there. Oh, they need to have a superstar. They need to have a mega star. They need to have and they're trying to force that. And I I don't know that Ilya's it. I really don't. I don't know that he's the guy that you look at and you're like, yeah, that's the guy that's going to carry the torch. Now, look, I mean, nobody's ever beaten the man. And he could be the next guy like John Jones who goes throughout his career undefeated. It's completely possible. He's that damn good. Topuria is very, very good. But it's also very possible he gets slept by Gaethje tonight. It's very
Very,
possible. So,
very possible.
but that doesn't take away from his greatness either. So you look at when you start talking about greatest of all time, especially I think in the fight game more than anything else, right? Is you have to take into account eras, right? Because when you're watching guys like GSP in the era that they fought, it was a very different weight class back then. That was the weight class back then, and that was so damn stacked for GSP that it's hard to get a legit feel for how great he truly was unless you were able to watch him. And it's the same thing when you talk about guys now, like when you talk about in the, Alex Pereira going up to heavyweight. You talk because there was nobody in light heavyweight that was going to touch him. And now he's up at heavyweight and you wonder what he's going to do against right now Cyril Gane as the fight has begun. And you wonder what he's going to be able to do. So now he's got to show up. He's got to show out. I believe that he will show up. Does he show out? I don't know. I think that Gane. I think this is a fight that Gane can win.
I cannot wait. It's obviously going to be striker versus striker delight here. I do think it becomes more of a technical versus power striker kind of matchup. We are the first minute into this fight, round 1 of a potential 5 for the interim UFC heavyweight championship belt. Alex Pereira and Cyril Gane, the number 1 ranked contender in the heavyweight division, the former interim UFC heavyweight champion in Cyril Gane, and more of a filling out process, but exactly what you expect from two strikers here, Brandon, just feeling each other out, trying to find their spots. Pereira did land a head kick early that makes me believe like he's not known to put people out with it, But with the way that Ciryl Gane moves and bounces around, if Alex Pereira can land flush, maybe he adds a head kick knockout to his resume as well.
Which would be absolutely phenomenal and fun to watch. So I hope that comes true, because those types of knockouts are always fun to watch. But I've also seen from Ciryl Gane, like, some of these leg kicks that Pereira is throwing, they're not moving them much. Ciryl Gane's, his lower body, those those tanks that he has for legs, that he calls legs, they're not going to take. It would take quite a bit to move those damn legs. So I don't know that leg kicks is really going to get Pereira where he wants to be. But it's been interesting. You've had a lot of nice jabs from Gane that have landed on Pereira. Uh, and Gane now is, or Pereira now is, starting to actually be able to dodge those. So going to be interesting here, last 2 minutes and 25 seconds of the first round, to see what goes on here.
Yeah, and I do think for the co and main events, if you guys get a little bit of silence, I think that's okay, because we're obviously tuned in and we want to bring you the best coverage of these two fights. You look here, man. It's just, Brandon, I don't know about you, but I watched this fight and it's just like you're waiting. You're just waiting to. And there's one. Ciryl Gane lands a clean right hand on Alex Pereira that snaps his head back, goes for a head kick that just misses. It really does feel like, Brandon, we're just waiting for that one shot. We don't know where it's coming from. We're just waiting for that one shot.
Yeah, we don't know where it's come from or who's going to deliver it. I got to tell you, after he caught that one that rocked his head back, Pereira he kind of looked like, oh, okay, we're in the heavyweight now. Like,
Yeah.
that was his
Yeah.
wake up call, and you wonder if that's going to be the wake up call that actually wakes him up. Sometimes you have that sleeping giant in you, and there's I've heard fighters say it before, that I can't really get a feel for how a fight's going until I get hit.
I would say the biggest benefit for Alex Pereira when it comes to fighting in the heavyweight division is when you fight at light heavyweight on fight night, everyone's a heavyweight, right? Like, and
Mhm.
when you fight at 205, everyone's a heavyweight. Come fight night after you put the weight back on. So I don't think there's a massive difference. I think the bigger difference will be going from middleweight to light heavyweight. But Ciryl Gane, not for nothing here, Brandon. 20 significant strikes to Pereira's 8, and Pereira throws a head kick that literally just grazed
And a
the top
great
of.
counter by Gane.
Yes, and then he counters. I mean, right now, this is Ciryl Gane's round. He looks good. He looks very good, and it goes back to the one thing that I cannot take away from him. He is so technical. John
Mhm.
Jones would have fought Ciryl Gane twice by now. By the way, just want to throw that out there. That that fight would have happened. But you know what? It's a move up, and it could all be null and void if Alex Pereira just lands that kill shot. But right now, it is Ciryl Gane. 10 seconds left in round number 1. This is Gane's fight to start. And are you shocked?
No, I'm not, because I think that Ciryl Gane is that guy who can throw, and at the end of the round there, Pereira lands a couple of quick headshots. But I'm not shocked by that at all. I think that Gane is a guy that can hang right now with Pereira. I think he's a guy that can hang with anybody in this division. I like Ciryl Gane quite a bit. Here's my question to you: whoever wins this fight, who's the next fight?
Well,
Because we haven't talked about it yet, but I mean, I've brought it up a couple times because I've called him out, because I ain't afraid. Call out Tom Aspinall.
well, that's saying something. And you and I are not of the same build, stature, or state of mind. So I've got nothing but great things to say about Tom Aspinall. Tea and crumpets are great. If you ever been to the UK has the greatest fighters of all time. Eye pokes are
When they
very
show up.
dangerous. Eye pokes are very dangerous, and we should all be very conscious about Tom Aspinall's eyesight.
Mm.
So I would just say that. I'll say this: I think Alex Pereira is as much of if he wins this fight, depending on how he wins it, is a big enough star to lure John Jones back, and then we settle it all.
Does
Uh,
Dana let that happen?
Absolutely. You could put that fight on the moon if you're Dana White. I do think that would happen because I think if they mend, you know, between the two of them. I think Dana absolutely answers the phone for that fight. Now, if Cyril gone, I think you have to run it back with Tom Aspinall. You absolutely have to.
Is that as big of a fight? Let me ask you a question. So say we get Pereira, John Jones. What does that do for Pereira if he were to beat John Jones at this stage of his career with everything, all of the issues that we know? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Cyril Gane has dropped Alex Pereira. He has hurt him badly. Elbows to the side of the head. Alex Pereira hanging on for dear life.
How did he
I don't
survive?
know how Alex Pereira is standing right now. Cyril Gane throwing everything he has. I would caution anyone into doing this. Alex Pereira, Brandon, I am literally shocked how he is standing right now.
I have no clue how Gane did not just finish that fight. I mean, look, Pereira is still in trouble, and Gane is still putting the pressure on him. I don't know how much longer this is going to go on. Herb Dean, obviously the referee, but I mean, Gane has him rocked right now, and Gane is still putting it. It's over. It's over. They stopped the fight. Herb Dean has stopped the fight, and Cyril Gane has beaten Alex Pereira. Oh my goodness.
That's an upset.
Cyril Gane was that dude. Oh my.
That's an upset. I don't care what anyone says. That is an absolute upset. And now the question becomes, was the challenge too much for Alex Pereira, or is Cyril Gane that good? Man,
Cyril
what
Gane
a
looks like he's shocked.
I
Like,
mean
I just beat Alex Pereira.
like quite literally, Brandon, if you when you we'll see on the camera here, Alex Pereira busted open underneath his right eye, and he looks like he just got beat up. I mean, he did. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, that cut is a bad cut. They clean it, it starts leaking again. Man, I don't know what we just witnessed, but all the conversation of Alex Pereira, John Jones out the window.
The
John
shot,
Jones.
the
Oh,
shot that rocked Pereira was just a straight right from Gane, right on the chin. And it was, I mean, look, Pereira, give him all the credit in the world. He recovered. He got out of it once Gane went down on him and started, ground and pound and all that. And he gets back up to his feet, and then Gane just kept the pressure going until Herb Dean finally put a stop to it. But I mean, look, we could say all we want. We were talking about Pereira, and we were talking about what does this mean and whose fight is next. This win for Cyril Gane is right now, that puts him in an upper echelon. That puts him in an echelon, and that puts him in, obviously, with the interim title, should be just the regular title, because if Tom Aspinall doesn't want to come back and fight, just give somebody else the damn title and let somebody else face Cyril Gane. I wouldn't even mind seeing Cyril Gane versus Alex Pereira too, in a couple of months. So, yeah, man, what a fight from Cyril Gane.
I think it's now time, and myself included, everyone just recognizes that it is something that Conor McGregor made famous. Precision beats power and timing beats speed. And when you talk about the technical side of Cyril Gane, it is so hard to, by the way, don't do that. I'm going to go on a rant here in a second. It is time to recognize Cyril Gane as one of the absolute best. And he is now your new interim heavyweight champion. And now we have to have that conversation. And we will have that conversation in a matter of moments about Tom Aspinall, Cyril Gane too. It doesn't look like, I was going to say, it doesn't look like Dana wants to put the belt on him, but they were giving him the Freedom 250 belt as well as the interim UFC heavyweight championship. So what a moment there for Cyril Gane. Now, don't give Alex Pereira a monster can, even if he's a monster-sponsored athlete. The man just literally got beat up. He's leaking blood underneath his eye. And when they're reading the decision, they hand him a monster can. What are we doing? Leave your sponsorships out of this. Monster Energy can get their Alex Pereira photo shoot at any time. You see over the shoulder there of Joe Rogan, Dana White consoling Alex Pereira and his team. Cyril Gane talking to Joe Rogan. Man, what a performance. So, Brandon, I ask you, is Tom Aspinall next?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know that Tom Aspinall wants to fight again. I don't know that Tom Aspinall has the heart to fight again. And I don't want to say the heart to fight, because obviously he has the heart to fight. I just don't know that his heart is in the fight game anymore. I don't know that he wants to fight anymore. And that's what I've seen. Look, I understand the eye poke, and I understand sometimes. I mean, look, that eye poke was nasty, and it was deep, and I understand it. But I mean, unless you're not medically cleared to fight, what are we doing? And I don't know that Tom wants to. I don't know that Tom wants it. I don't know that Tom can handle Cyril Gane anyway. I definitely don't think that Tom can handle Alex Pereira. And I don't know. I know that I know for damn sure he didn't want John Jones. So I just don't know that you get Tom Aspinall back. I think what you end up seeing is Cyril Gane willing to fight again, maybe in October. And we either see Gane versus Pereira 2 and giving Pereira a second chance at heavyweight, or you're going to see Gane versus Volkov, or Gane versus Pavlovich.
We are going to hear from Alex Pereira here in a second, but Brandon, your thoughts? Cyril Gane said Tom Aspinall is September.
I mean, good luck. I just don't know that you get it by September. Again, I hope, because I would love to see that fight. I like Tom Aspinall. I like watching Tom Aspinall fight. I liked watching him win the title. But I don't know that you get Tom Aspinall in the ring.
Joe Rogan asking Alex Pereira right now if he's going to light heavyweight or staying at heavyweight.
Okay, that'll be interesting to see, right? Because when you have Alex Pereira and you have him coming in at heavyweight, coming from light heavyweight, and getting manhandled the kind of the way he did against Gane in this fight. Gane won the first round, and then Gane came out in the second round and made quick work of him. So it'd be interesting to see if I don't imagine Alex Pereira backing down, but I would assume that he's going to stay at the heavyweight position.
Yeah, he said he'll meet with his team and they will talk and they'll decide. There you see the new UFC interim heavyweight champion Cyril Gane with President Donald Trump. And you know what? It just feels right. After all those years, the Statue of Liberty and everything France gave us, what did we do? We allowed a Frenchman to come over to the White House and win the biggest prize in the UFC, the heavyweight title, although it be interim for now.
Yeah.
He gets not one, but two titles. One red, white, and blue. Won the interim title. Cyril Gane. You know what? You're welcome, France.
Let me ask you this. Let's say let's for the sake of doing a watch party and a podcast and some sports talk. Let's do this. Let's say he goes to light heavyweight. Let's say he does say, you know what, I think I'm better at light heavyweight. Maybe I'm just not built for heavyweight. Who does he fight? Does he go straight after Olberg and the title? Does he get that title shot right away, or does he have to go through Yuri Prochazka?
Well, I'd say this. I believe Alex Pereira best served at 205, and would it be a stretch for me, Brandon, to say that the UFC needs him more at 205 than they do at heavyweight? I really think Alex Pereira is a hotter commodity at 205 than he is at heavyweight, because let's just look at the heavyweight rankings, right? You have Tom Aspinall. We've already talked about it. Alexander Volkov, Pavlovich, I mean, respectfully to everybody. After Pavlovich, it's Waldo Cortez Acosta, Josh Hokett, Curtis Blades, Sergey Spivak, right? Mm-hmm. In no order. I'm just naming other guys. Your number 5 guy is Josh Hokett, likely moving up after his performance. Where at light heavyweight, you have Carlos Olberg, you have Ankalaev, you have Yuri Prochazka, Blachowicz, Roundtree, Hill, Paulo Costa. I mean, you already have Volkan Oezdemir is still there. Azamat Mirzakhanov, right? Like, all these guys are still there. I would take Alex Pereira champion all the way to number 12 or 13 in the light heavyweight division, where I would take Alex Pereira in heavyweight champion to number 3 as opponent. I
Mm.
think there's a lot better fights, a lot more entertaining matchups, stylistically, more things to watch for Alex Pereira at light heavyweight. And this has nothing to do, Brandon, I would say the same exact thing if he was the champion right now. If the result was reversed and Pereira was the champion, I would say you've got Spivak, you've got or excuse me, Pavlovich, excuse me, you've got Pavlovich. Maybe you're good enough to convince John Jones, right? And Aspinall. But other than that, like I just the heavyweight division. Okay, yes, Josh Hokett has arrived, but until I get 3 more performances out of Josh Hokett tonight and 4 more contenders behind him, I'm not ready to give heavyweight the respect that they need because they don't have any respect in the heavyweight division. So right now, I would be all in at Alex Pereira at 205. And damn it, Brandon, I'll just throw it out there. I'd like to see him and Ankalaev again. I'd like to see how
I think
about
him and Prohaska would be.
him and Prohaska would be incredible.
Yeah.
How about closing a trilogy with one Israel Adesanya if he wanted to go up and fight at 2? Like there you see
Is he still that is he still a fight though with Pereira? You know what I mean? Like with the state where Izzy's been over his last few
correct.
fights.
Yes, but without but it's again it's all about timing, right? It's easier to sell when they're both coming off losses.
Mm.
One more fight, the trilogy over. And I'm not saying that it's going to happen. I'm not, I don't believe that that's the way it should go. But man, dude, could you imagine Alex Pereira, Paulo Costa?
Yeah.
You mentioned Yuri, and God, what a fight that would be. That would be so much
Him
fun.
and Yuri would be I mean, look, there's a lot of things in the fight world right now I would love to see. I would venture to say that Yuri and Pereira would be top of that list right now.
Especially because the mistakes Yuri made against Carlos Holberg, you would like to believe somebody as good as him has and they have fought before. We saw the second round head kick knockout from Alex Pereira. So
Yep.
has Yuri learned from that mistake from Carlos Holberg?
Yeah.
Where he essentially allowed Olberg to recover, for lack of a better term, because he was injured. So,
Yeah. And Yuri's a lot like Yuri's not the same fighter he was in that first fight.
no, he is
Yeah.
not. No, he is not. But these are all things that the UFC has to decide on. Is which fights do you want to run back? Is it Yuri? Is it Ankalaev? But that is a story for another day. Now we will wait on what Cyril Gane goes and does from here. But Brandon, as we get a overhead shot of Washington, D.C., the time has arrived. 3 hours and 45 minutes into our broadcast. We are at the main event of the evening.
Mm.
We have Ilya Taporia. We have Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje's a certified future Hall of Famer, no doubt about it. But the question becomes, and this is the beauty of this sport, where does a Justin Gaethje win rank as all-time upsets if he beats Taporia?
God. Look, Taporia is a dude. But so is Justin Gaethje, man. Justin Gaethje is phenomenal. And I think that a lot of people, they don't understand how good Justin Gaethje is. But when you look at where he's been and what he's done, I mean, the win over Paddy Pimblett, very impressive. Paddy Pimblett's a badass. And that win, the decision against Paddy was phenomenal. The Fiziev victory was phenomenal. That fight with him and Holloway was phenomenal. I know he loses that fight, but I mean that was an all-timer. That was one of the greatest fights I've ever watched. And then he beat Dustin Poirier. You look at his losses inside of the octagon, inside of the UFC, and they've come at the hands of Dustin Poirier, Charles Oliveira, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and Max Holloway. Legends in this game. So I think it would be an upset. I don't think it would be the upset. You know what I mean? Like, I think it would definitely be an upset, and I don't think people would be expecting it, but I don't think it would be like one of those, like, greatest upsets of all time.
And obviously, here's the thing about the fight game, Brandon, is that you look back to what many call the greatest upset or one of the greatest upsets. I think you have two, in my opinion. It's Matt Serra GSP and it's Holly Holm Ronda Rousey. But then you look back, and hindsight is always 2020. Holly Holm was tailor made for a Ronda Rousey matchup. I mean, it was what it was. Now, on the betting lines on DraftKings right now, currently, right here, right now, plus 360 for Justin Gaethje, minus 470 for Ilia Topuria. Even more interesting, Brandon, Ilia Topuria minus 225 for KO or TKO. Justin Gaethje plus 500. Your thoughts?
I mean, impressive. Not as impressive as the fact that I am on my probably third or fourth rum and Sprite since we've been sitting here, and I haven't left to go to the bathroom yet. But it's still pretty damn impressive. And what these guys have done. Look, you look at Topuria, and you look at the fights that he's fought, and you look at the way that he's come up. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. And Justin Gaethje, his career speaks for itself. When you look at this fight, either way you go, whether you're on Gaethje, whether you're on Topuria, I think what you're going to get is an all-time banger. I really do. I think you're going to get a striking match. I think you're going to get one of those fights where in the first round, you're going to see somebody go down. And I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be an all-timer. And I think for, what the White House card, when it was first released, what we thought of it, compared to what it has been, I think it's been a great card tonight.
And I know Justin Gaethje has had a legendary career. I've already said he's a future Hall of Famer. But I just look at it in sense of he still feels like bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah.
And that's not a knock on him. He had you listed off his losses. He's only had 5 of them. Yes. Right? Like in his career. And when you look at that, man, I just can't. I really, really can't take anything away from what he's done and what he's achieved. Now, I can say that I believe he has to have. Dustin Poirier is an interim champion, one of the greatest fighters we've ever seen. Now, Justin Gaethje has had more higher level stakes, bigger matchups, greater fights, like memorable moments in his career. Right now, I think they're very, very similar. And that's not a knock on either of them. I think Dustin Poirier and Justin Gaethje are very, very similar. But for Justin Gaethje to go down in the likes of the Khabib Nurmagomedovs, and hell, you can go through some of the greatest lightweight champions of all time, right? I think he has to win tonight. And that doesn't mean he's not one of the greatest ever, but I think to go down as one of the division's greatest and the UFC's greatest, he could be one of the most entertaining fighters ever. But I do think Justin Gaethje has to get over the hump tonight, and I do think we have to see the highlight become the undisputed champion.
Yeah, and even if that doesn't happen for Gaethje and it happens on the other side for Topuria, and you start looking at what Topuria is, and we're talking about the different, he's got a show on HBO, he's got a show, and the UFC wants him to be this, and they want him to do that. They were just showing the highlights right now of Topuria's run, and the names that he's beaten, man, it's been impressive. And if he continues that again tonight against Gaethje, that's another feather in the cap for Topuria, and that's another spot for the UFC to be able to look, guys, we have that superstar, and we're going to continue to force feed him.
Interim UFC lightweight champion, BMF champion. Those are all the accolades. Justin Gaethje, besides all the memorable fights, those are the belts he has held. The only
Mm,
one avoiding him so far has been that undisputed lightweight championship. I think Justin Gaethje. Honestly, I'd be very okay with Justin Gaethje if he pulls off the upset, just hanging him up, because you can't go up from here.
yeah,
I think then you turn into what a beautiful, beautiful shot here of Justin Gaethje. That's incredible. I
yeah,
mean, some of the, inside the Oval Office, some of the places that they have had these marquee fights walk out of are absolutely incredible. He is the oldest fighter to win the UFC's lightweight title in an interim status. I just think, man, he's right on the cusp, and I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't even know if he wins, if Justin Gaethje will ever get the respect he truly deserves, because he's very much a fight fan's go-to type of fighter, but he's also not a guy where I feel like the casuals picked up on him. He was just very fun to watch. His persona, his character was all built and developed in the way he performed inside the UFC octagon. So looking now at Justin Gaethje making the walk nearly on his way to the UFC octagon, this is special. This is very, very special. Walking out with Sergeant Dakota Meyer, Medal of Honor recipient, and FDNY Lieutenant Thomas O'Connor. Man, I'm getting a little goosebumps here, Brandon.
let me ask you a question. I'm getting goosebumps too. I love watching this stuff. Getting walked out by a Marine with all of the accolades and his dress blues, all the medals on his dress blues, just absolutely phenomenal. If Taporia wins this, is Islam next?
I would like to think so. I mean, but you got to, what is Islam doing right now? You know what I mean? They had said that there was a fight on the table for this event. Islam's team said he was ready for it. Taporia's team says that was not the case. They were told differently. That you would have to think, because wiping out a division or two is nice, but taking out the pound for pound number one, which Islam is, you have to do that if you're Ilya Taporia.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it is, Brandon. There's something about me. I was very much like, oh, it's okay. It's going to be a moment for Ilya Taporia, and it very well still could be. But watching this walkout, man, there's something about it that I just go, could it be Justin Gaethje's night?
Man, it would be something. And now look, I'm rooting for it. I don't have I did not bet this fight because as much as I would love to bet Taporia, Gaethje scares me, man. Gaethje's a guy who can absolutely get this thing done, and I would love to see it. I would honestly love to see it, and I didn't want to be betting against my money. So, um, yeah, this is going to be fun. It's going to be man. I hope you're right. I hope your gut is right. I hope your feeling is right. Because I would love to see that. I think it would be great for Gaethje, and I agree with you. If that does happen, where do you go from here? Why not at this point just hang him up? Because what else do you have left? And just go out at the top of your game.
Yeah, I think him being a full-blooded true American, man, you win at the White House.
Yeah,
Because then you're waiting on Islam and what's next, and maybe he's at 70, and then you're potential. It just feels like too much of a back and forth that I don't know that Justin Gaethje wants to go through at 37 years old. He'll be 38 in November. Uh Man, I
I
don't know. I don't know if it's false hope here, Brandon,
yeah.
but it something's weird. So I've gotten this weird feeling watching as we prepare for this main event.
I just got a notification on my phone of John Jones' reaction to Alex Pereira losing to Cyril Gahn. I mean, he doesn't even say anything. He just kind of looks at the camera, looks back at the TV, looks back at the camera, kind of gives you one of those, really? greatest of all time. And then ends the video. I mean, just a great reaction from John Jones. Not to turn the table away from this great main event, but just a fantastic reaction from Jones.
Yeah, well, here, Brandon, let's talk about the other side with Justin Gaethje. We've mentioned the two-time interim lightweight champion. Could he go out on top? Right? Like, could this be it? I would ask you the question on the other side, Brandon. Could he lay his gloves down in a losing effort? Because where do you we're kind of seeing a changing of the guard in the lightweight division. That's why he fought Paddy Pimblett, right? Because Paddy
Yeah.
Pimblett and Mauricio Ruffy's of the world, the Michael Chandlers and Justin Gaethje's are on the other side of the tracks. They're on the back nine. You really, I just have to ask you the question: would this be a place in which you see Justin Gaethje laying down his gloves, win or lose?
Man, I'm a big Gaethje guy. I hope not. But you're right though. I mean, what else after this fight, win or lose? What else is there? I mean, beyond just a rematch again with Topuria, but I guess you'd have to see how this fight goes. I guess maybe for me that depends on how you lose this one. If Topuria comes out and ends this in the first round, in the first minute or something like that, sure, right? Because there's no question at that point. But if this is a 3-round, he gets the decision and it's a split decision. I mean, to me, if you're Gaethje, that's not going to sit well with you being your last fight.
No, and I would agree with that. Yeah, I do think it could be result based, but you just really, really wonder what else is there for Justin Gaethje, win or lose. And how about this? I do want to, because we both said when we started this show now nearly 4 hours ago that, and by the way, thank you to anyone and everyone who has stayed with us. But we did talk about not bringing politics and not going political on this show or with this broadcast. But I
Yeah.
will say one thing and one thing only. Despite the fact that not every single fighter was from America, every single fighter got their flowers and the credit and respect they deserve. Every single person on the broadcast from a visual standpoint got their moment, and I love that, right? Because I
Yeah.
think maybe there was certain people watching this event who thought it would just be pro America and pro this and pro that. That's why the co-main event delivered in a Brazilian and Frenchman competing for the UFC's biggest prize in the heavyweight title. So I just looked at how Topuria and what Topuria was walking out to, and just beautiful, beautiful moment for Topuria. Which, by the way, in that tracksuit, if I saw that man running through Washington, D.C., and he was just in that tracksuit, I feel like he would be a businessman or a political guy just running before he had to go to work. Topuria does not look like one of the most dangerous fighters walking planet Earth right now, and he is 100% that. Topuria walking out with Sergeant Major Thomas Pat Payne, a Medal of Honor recipient, and NYPD second grade detective Paul D. Giacomo. What a moment here for Topuria. We've talked about it very briefly. Brandon, is this the UFC's biggest star right now?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you would have to say that, right? You look at his track record, you look at the wins that he's had, you look at the fact that he's undefeated. And I mean, obviously the fact that he's got, would you say, 2 specials on HBO?
One on HBO Max, one on Paramount Plus. I mean, I
Yeah.
get the Paramount Plus one, right? I didn't really necessarily understand
The
the
HBO
HBO.
one.
Yeah, it kind of just came out of nowhere. I haven't watched them, by the way. I think before I criticize, I should watch them and be able to have some feedback. But it just kind of threw me off. I was like, what? Why are we? It may very well be the same thing. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So I may be wrong here, but man, when you just look at how much they've got, Because I think a fight fan would say, no, Alex Pereira is the bigger star. Then I would ask you the question, then why is he not the main event?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you talked about the interim tag and all that other stuff. I agree. I mean, it's definitely got to be Ilya. Um, just from the way that they're pushing him too, and sometimes that has a lot to do with it, right? When a company believes in you and a company wants to make you a star, sometimes they're going to make you a star. And if you go out there and you perform, then it makes it easier for them to make you a star. We see it all the time in the WWE, right? You see all the time where there's guys who you're like, man, this guy's really got talent, and he just never gets pushed, and he never gets the chance to butt into what he was. One of those guys that I always thought was Dolph Ziggler,
Mm-hmm.
who I thought was a really good in ring performer and just never got pushed. But if you perform and you get pushed and you get the support of the company that is pushing you, I mean, all bets are off. And that's why right now, I think for the UFC in its own, maybe even just not Topuria, but for the UFC, this is probably Topuria's biggest fight.
Yeah, and just to clarify, you did say in WWE and not BTT and talking about me, right? Like when you're pushing and trying to make a star. I just want to make sure you weren't acknowledging the fact that, I'm gonna be the next. No, no, okay, all right. I thought you meant I was getting the
Do you
push.
want me to answer that, or
No,
is
no,
that a
no, no.
rhetorical question?
I would actually rather you not. That would I just thought maybe
Okay.
I was next in
Hey,
line. Maybe I
maybe we could both be that rising star on
I
PTT. How about
I'm
that?
more than
But
okay with it. I just thought
yeah.
maybe it was time for your
Yeah.
boy here to get a little push. But I am not under the TKO brand. It's actually their fault. They had me or Danhausen, and I think they made the right choice. So,
Yeah.
uh,
I mean,
it-
you could have cursed people, right?
I've tried. I've
Oh,
cursed
okay.
at people. It always hasn't ended up well in my favor. But I could have definitely some makeup, some paint. I could have pulled it off. I could have pulled
Oh,
it off.
yeah.
Shout out
Yeah.
to Dan House. Shout out to
Absolutely.
Dan House. Ilya
You could have
Taporia.
cursed the Knicks opponents for sure.
No, I would have damn well sure have cursed the Knicks as a Celtics
He
fan. It
did,
would have
and it
no.
worked, and then he reversed the curse, and then
Yeah,
it worked for New York.
there's no reversing the curse. If I'm
No.
Danhausen, you're cursed. You're cursed.
Well, hey, I
And
mean, somebody paid him a lot of human monies.
well,
A
they
lot of
didn't pay.
human monies.
They didn't pay me those human money, so maybe I'm gonna go. Maybe I'll be the other curse to
Yeah.
Danhausen's curse. All right, so here we go. We have UFC Freedom 250 main event. Brandon, are you hanging in there? 4 hours in.
I I mean, 4 hours in, we're at least at the main event. We're at least at the final fight. We get to see the main event. We get to see Topuria. We get to see Gaethje. It's finally going to happen. It's going to take Bruce Buffer another 5 minutes just to introduce the guys so that the fight will start. But it's finally about to happen. So I'm excited. Lot of rum and Sprite, as I mentioned. I officially have to pee.
All right, well, I will let you if you would like. Would you like to go run and do that? And would that could you make it back in time?
Oh, absolutely, hundred and
All
ten
right.
percent.
All right. It is all the floor is mine. You are good in the clear. UFC lightweight championship on the line here. Justin Gaethje, 37 years old. He will have the height and reach advantage, 4 inches taller, 1 inch longer in the reach. Thank you again to everybody watching us here on Coaching Company on social media. If you this is how you found us, we appreciate you very, very much. Very good number here tonight on social media. So very happy with that. All right. While he stepped away, just a reminder, Brandon Combs is the executive producer of BetMGM Tonight. You can catch them every single weekday, Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. But right here and right now, it's UFC Freedom 250. Mark Goddard is your main event referee. Two-time lightweight interim champion, Justin Gaethje, also former UFC BMF champion, will take on Ilya Taporia for the undisputed lightweight UFC championship. What an absolute moment on the South Lawn of the White House in this beautiful country of the United States of America. in Washington, D.C. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. The only time, more than likely than not, you will see this type of event with all this fanfare and everything else. Brandon, the moment has arrived. You have made it back very quickly. It's about to be showtime.
Yeah, no, it is about to be showtime. You see the fireworks over DC. It looks like it's over the Washington Monument. In the background there, that's kind of a cool setting. I like what they've done. I've liked the presentation tonight from the UFC. I think that they've done a great job with this. As much as I don't like giving TKO a ton of credit, I think that this has been a phenomenal event. I think it's been very well orchestrated, even though it went an hour later than normal. Or allow an hour later than it should have gone, that it was scheduled to go. Um, it's just been a really well produced event, and I'm happy with what they've done. I'd love to see this stuff again. I'd love to see more of the outdoor events.
Not only that, a lot of the things I've seen on social media is the live band during the walkouts has been huge. I think we may want to start integrating more live music during walkouts and not so much a concert type feel, which we
Mm.
have seen from combat sports events. But here we are, Justin Gaethje, Ilia Topuria. The fight is here. Ilia Topuria now punching us in the face while he's shadowboxing in the camera. Minus 480. He has closed as a favorite in 7 of his 9 UFC fights. He is 17-0. El Matador in your lives on the biggest stage at UFC White House. And man,
I
I'm
think
going
he
to go
was
back.
punching you in the face, not me, by the way.
Definitely not, because I have head movement. And
Oh,
so, I'm
hmm,
just saying here.
yeah. He doesn't
I
want this smoke. I know that.
well, for the here and the now, uh, I hear you. I hear you.
I can say
Uh,
that from the safety of being, about 900 miles away.
correct,
Yeah.
and also I think given the states of one guy getting ready for a 5-round title fight and the other doing a 4-hour broadcast with
Mm.
yours truly, I think I would take Ilia Topuria right now,
Let me ask you
against.
a question. If this went all 5 rounds and it was an absolute war, do you think you then could take Ilia Topuria?
No.
Right, like
No.
right after, if you did, like
Nope,
the
nope,
second after it ends.
absolutely not.
Okay.
All right, official prediction, go.
I'm gonna go with Taporia. I'd love to see Gaethje win it, but I mean, the kid's a stud, and I think that that's the reason why the UFC is pushing him so much. So I'm going with Taporia.
All right, well, I'm gonna side with you for the main event, but my heart is rooting for Justin Gaethje.
I'm there too.
Um, I just think I would like to see one of the good guys go out as one of the good guys, and love him or hate him, whether he entertained you in his persona or not. Justin Gaethje was a dude fighting dudes, and sometimes those fights were one of the best fights we've ever seen. But we are underway here, and actually, it's Gaethje landing early
Yeah.
more than Taporia the first 40 seconds in. Uh, Very interesting, but we know it only takes one for Ilia Taporia, and if he shuts off the lights on Justin
Yeah.
Gaethje, I think we absolutely must have the fight with Islam Makhachev. Whether or not Islam wants to fight at 170 first or not remains to be seen. But as always, this is appointment viewing, this is appointment television. So if this broadcast gets a little quiet, it is because we are watching this main event. Good back and forth exchanges so far, Brandon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's been good for both guys. They're both getting their feet wet right now. And as I say that, Gaethje literally gets his feet wet by kicking Taporia in the head. Um, but no, I think it's been a good back and forth, just feeling each other out here for the first minute and a half of this first round. Um, and look, we got one person in the chat saying Taporia is going to murder Gaethje, TKO finish. Um, I don't think I've ever seen anybody murder Gaethje, but look, Taporia's already busted open.
Yeah, there's an argument Max Holloway did something to Justin Gaethje, and yeah, Brandon, I think now pedal to the metal here because in the clinch, Justin Gaethje landed an uppercut that severely damaged and cut open Topuria's right eye, or right around his right eye. It was so bad that Topuria was covering, defending, blocking his face, but really his right hand was completely over his right eye. So now Topuria a little bit compromised, a little bit of adversity, and this is where a guy like Topuria is gonna go. When you can't see, you always talk about seeing red, but when you really can't see, I think there's something to be said about a guy like Topuria turning
Yeah.
it up, and I think he's gonna have to do that here.
And Gaethje just landed another good uppercut just a few seconds ago. Yeah, look, it's one of those things where you take away the ability to see out of an eye, and it really opens things up for you. Like you don't know how well he's going to be able to see the left of Gaethje or anything coming from that side from Gaethje, and so it's definitely an advantage for Justin, but um man, I'm just watching these guys go back and forth, and that eye of Topuria looks really bad,
Yeah,
really bad.
yeah. And obviously, you do not want to see a high level, high stakes match fight, end in the way of a doctor stoppage. So hopefully, if we make it to the end of the round, the doctors can clean that up. But with 90 seconds to go, maybe Justin Gaethje continues to attack that right eye and really compromise. Another big right hand here from Justin Gaethje. Given all the plus 350s and this and Topuria that. Man, Justin Gaethje, Brandon, he showed up in this
Well,
first round so
they
far.
did, and these two are throwing right now, man. And Topuria caught Gaethje with one. Gaethje backed up against the gate, came back with one of his own. I really like what I'm seeing here from both sides, to be honest with you. But they've incredible what I'm seeing coming from Topuria, considering that eye of his right now.
Less than a minute to go, and how about this? Live odds on DraftKings have gone all the way down. Justin Gaethje to plus 154. Guys, these guys are fighting in a phone booth right now. There is no room to breathe for either one of them. But you know what they're doing? They're standing in the middle, and they are trading. Topuria, 30 seconds to go. He's got Gaethje on his back foot. Right now, that line is moving consistently. Topuria starting to close this round out with a little bit of momentum. Justin Gaethje trying to get off the fence, throws a body kick. Topuria pushes him back. I mean, Brandon, this is extreme high level fighting. This is
Yeah.
right now round of the night, fight of the night. I mean, we don't even have a winner yet, and I want to see 10 more rounds of these two.
Topuria hurt him with a couple of those body shots. You could tell that Gaethje did not like something that happened, whether it was a kick to the body or a punch to the body, but it really started to slow him down towards the end of that round. And then these two were just throwing haymakers back and forth, as you mentioned. They were in a phone booth for a half a second. And then as the end of the round there, Topuria gained a couple of points there. And
Yeah.
I'm looking at this round right now. I think I've got to have it because of the damage to Topuria. I probably still have a 10-9 Gaethje, but man, Topuria hurt Gaethje there towards the end of that round.
Yeah, and now we've got a plus 190 or plus 220 just moved at the start of the second here. What I mean, definitely did not expect this. A massive jump in the live odds from the plus 340 to plus 220 here for Justin Gaethje, but the round and the fight are not over just yet. We are headed into round 2 of a possible 5. Ilya Topuria looks like he's just been in a phone booth fight.
Yes.
Justin Gaethje, not as many marks, but he is definitely a little bit exhausted there, taking a huge deep breath. We've got a wild start to this fight. What a wild round. And for my money, Brandon, one of the best rounds we've seen in the UFC this year.
Yeah, definitely, and definitely the best round that we've seen tonight. And Topuria starting off the second round coming in hot too. A couple of quick jabs to Gaethje, and has Gaethje on his back foot. But yeah, like you said, one of the best rounds we've seen in the UFC this year, but also one of the best rounds that we've seen tonight. And these two delivering exactly what we thought we would see from these two. A really good fight, really highly contested, a lot of striking, and that's what we're getting early.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gaethje's jab has been the thing that has been beating up Ilia Topuria. Obviously, the uppercut is what caused the damage, but it's been Gaethje's jab that's been doing a lot of the damage there. I do have a 10-9 Gaethje after round number one. Brandon, are you in the same token as that?
Yeah, yeah, I would have scored a 10-9 Gaethje in round one. Um, yeah, definitely with the damage to Taporia, I think that's definitely the way that you'd have to be leaning. But look, you don't want it to get there, right? Because what we've said with judges in the UFC, what we've said with judges in the fight world, my ever since I was a kid, is don't let it get to a decision because you never know what the judges are watching.
You got to give Justin Gaethje a lot of credit. A guy who likes to throw caution to the wind, man. He's realizing that the uppercuts and the clinch work is really where he's finding his best work here and his most damage here. Brandon,
Mm.
I would never insult Justin Gaethje because I enjoy my life, but you got to think that, man, the fight IQ right now is so on point, and
Yeah.
that's actually what may be helping Justin Gaethje in this fight, rather than just trying to go through a chaotic fight as he normally does.
Yeah, going where he's finding success has been what he's been doing. Every once in a while, Taporia is trying to turn up the pace right now, and he's starting. He found Gaethje. He just caught Gaethje right on the chin, up against the cage. But um, yeah, you see Justin slowing it down where normally he does go with that wild style and that let's just throw hands and let's just go at it. And they've done that in this fight, but he is being more precise. He is getting more in that clinch. He is trying to go more to what's working. And right now, Taporia is really turning it on him.
He is, but man, if Justin Gaethje can just get one big breath, right? If he can just get 1 ounce of energy back, because right now I think it's energy doing him
Oh,
in.
he's
Ilya
hurt.
Topuria attacking the body now. He's got Justin Gaethje up against the fence. This
Yeah.
looks like Ilya Topuria's type of fight, his type of style. He is just picking his shots, but Justin Gaethje not going to go anywhere, Brandon. He
Gaethje's
is
hurt.
Gaethje's hurt, shot to the body, sits him down. He's on the ground. Now, will Ilia Topuria close the show? We've got 2 minutes to go in the second round. Ilia Topuria now in mount. He's got Justin Gaethje in a world of trouble. Gaethje giving up his back here, looking to turn back into his and get on his back.
Oh,
Topuria
he's going
going
for
for
an
an
armbar.
arm. He is going for an armbar here. Now just landing more vicious ground and pound. Brandon, what resolve by the lightweight champion to come back in this second round and really, for all intents and purposes, he's dominating this round.
Yeah, you had to know it wasn't going to be easy for Gaethje. Yeah, and you had to know that Gaethje at some point knew that he was going to have to fight his way out of something. You got a minute and 14 here where he's on the ground. Taporia is trying for an arm bar desperately here. Gaethje's hanging on for dear life. And right now he's got him in a crucifix. If Gaethje can just survive the final minute of this round, which is going to be tough with Taporia on top of him, Gaethje can get out of this round. Maybe he can get something going in the third round, but he is gassed, and those body shots were clearly bothering him.
Well, mention the fight IQ of Justin Gaethje. You've got to imagine the fight IQ of Ilia Topuria needs to get credited here as well, because as you just noted, when that exhaustion starts to weigh in on you, any body shot can just absolutely be detrimental to your standing in a fight. And so Justin Gaethje, I don't know how. Actually, I do. Look at his resume. Somehow surviving this second round, and now the question becomes: it's not who comes out more aggressive. It not comes who comes out hotter here in the third round. Um, Brandon, I think we're now at a point of who believes in themselves more.
Yeah.
And did Ilya Taporia empty the tank in this second round? You would
He,
like to say, hopefully not for his sake, but man,
he looked like he did
Taporia,
at the end of that round, man.
yeah,
And that for Gaethje to survive that round, that's a win for Gaethje right there. And Taporia looked at the end of that round like he was just gassed. It almost like he was just laying down and relaxing on top of Gaethje because he was so gassed. Now, look, Gaethje's going to come out. He's going to be just as tired as Taporia is here. It's going to be interesting because I think the first person that lands a shot that knocks the other one down is going to be able to finish this fight here in the third round.
and to your point on that note, Ilya Taporia now 7 straight fights with a knockdown after what he did to Justin Gaethje in round number two. But
Yeah.
Taporia's still bleeding Brandon. So not sure how and what if Gaethje was able to land anything in the later stages of that round. But you've got Justin Gaethje, who, yeah, he's in a fight, but Topuria wearing more damage. And obviously, I'm not saying anything about where the fight is. Topuria won that second round, no doubt about it.
Oh
But
yeah.
Topuria wearing the damage way more than Justin Gaethje right now.
Oh, 110%. I mean, you can see it all over Topuria's face, and you can tell both of these guys are tired. Like even in the touching hands here to come out for the third, they both kind of missed, and that goes to show where these guys are at. As far as their exhaustion level, as Gaethje, lands a nice knee there to the midsection. Yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see how the pace changes in this third round here, because both guys are tired. They're both visibly beaten up. And we'll see if they go as high powered as they were in the first two rounds.
And what a interesting move here, in my opinion, Brandon, for Justin Gaethje fighting in the clinch, because that's where he found his mark in the first round. That uppercut that busted open Topuria's eye, right, was in the clinch, was with an uppercut. But when you're as tired as Justin Gaethje appears to be, you get into that clinch, one knee to the body could close the show. Interesting strategy here from Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now he's gone back to just, picking his spots and hitting that jab. He just hit Topuria with a good right hook and then countered again with a couple of more jabs. So he's trying to find a spot to finish Topuria and hit him with that one big sweeping right hand.
Yeah, and Topuria again wearing it, Brandon. Apparently, because obviously we don't have sound down for broadcast and copyright purposes. Apparently, at the end of round two, Gaethje walked back to his corner and said that was a good body shot. Yeah, I would think so, Justin. I would think so.
Yeah.
We've got just over 3 minutes here. Brandon, right now, first 2 minutes of the third round, I'm leaning Justin right here. It doesn't mean Topuria can't turn it up, but it's a nice recovery first 2 minutes for Gaethje in
Yeah.
round number 3.
Yeah, Topuria looks exhausted. Oh, and Gaethje just caught him with one of those hooks that we were talking about, and now Gaethje's got him down on the ground. Topuria's flat on his stomach right now, and Gaethje on his back. Gaethje trying to get position here. Topuria holding on to the hand, but man, what a shot he just took from Gaethje.
I mean, this is Justin Gaethje's moment right here. And I don't know if this fight gets to a fourth or a fifth round, but if you look back at this fight, win or lose, this is the moment here for Justin Gaethje. Topuria up, Gaethje lands a knee on the way up. What a moment for the highlight, Justin Gaethje on the White House lawn. A huge right hand sits Topuria down. Topuria does well to defend, but he is a bloody mess. A crimson mask, as they would say in the wrestling business. Justin Gaethje now is just going absolutely ballistic with his punches. This is a fight. This is a moment. Brandon, Dana White said there was a potential for fight and performance of the night winner to win $1 million. I think whoever comes out on top here is taking home an extra sweet milli tonight.
I would have to agree with that, especially, look, if Topuria comes back and wins this one, good on him. But if it's Gaethje and the way that he is looking like he is going to have the ability to finish this thing, because I got to tell you, man, I've never seen Topuria look like this. I've never seen Topuria look gassed. I've never seen Topuria look like he was just like he couldn't handle the jabs. And it might have something to do with those cuts on the eyes. It might just have something to do with the fact that he didn't know Gaethje was as strong as he is.
How about this, Brandon? We started the broadcast of this fight at a plus 350 for Justin Gaethje. At one point near the end of round two, he was a live plus 750. Justin Gaethje now a minus 298.
Wow, that is something.
It makes you wish I should have thrown something at the plus 750.
And if you're into live betting right now, you might just want to go and sprinkle something on Topuria to hedge.
Right, right. Just the answer. What a moment. Justin Gaethje, deep breath here, 30 seconds. He has taken full control of this fight after round three.
Yeah.
The line moves a little bit here, so maybe something coming. that we don't know. It could be the exhaustion. Huge flying knee from Justin
Yeah.
Gaethje backs up
And
Ilia Topuria.
Taporia caught Gaethje about a minute ago. Right when we were talking about the live line, he caught him on the chin, but it just wasn't enough to get Gaethje off of him. And Gaethje still just applying the pressure on Taporia. This is a spot where look, you're gonna find look, you want to be the GOAT, you want to be the best fighter in the game right now, the UFC wants to push you, you're gonna have to prove it right here and come back and find a way to win this fight. And if you don't, look, you're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and start all over again. But for the UFC, this is probably for Dana White right now, worst case scenario.
Well, I would say the way that this fight has delivered, it's best case scenario for the here and the now. Now, how it transitions over into the future, we will find out. But yes, I will absolutely say that it feels like the aura around Ilia Topuria, if he can see, is dimming right in front of our eyes.
How Taporia did not go lights out after that hook. Like I'd still be laying down on the ground.
Yeah. We are seeing was a little bit of commotion. I looked down for a moment. I did not want us to think we were
It's not a
okay.
stoppage, is it?
No, I do not believe so. Unless Mark Goddard has called in the doctor to check out Justin Gaethje, and I believe or excuse me, the doctor is checking out Ilia Topuria here. Topuria's eyes pretty swollen.
He's
Doctor
telling him no.
doctor is telling him no. He's saying the
You
doctor is
can't
saying
follow me with his eyes.
yeah, he is saying, okay, we do not hear. Um, one is saying yes, the other is saying no. The camera is there. We shall see what is happening. This is massive. This is
They
massive.
asked him to check him again. So the doctor said no. They went back and asked him to check him again, and then the doctor said yes.
Now I do believe there was a translator in there. There was someone in there that Ilia Topuria was speaking to that spoke to referee Mark Goddard, who went back and Goddard went back to the doctor and they ran the test one more time. I'll tell you this, Ilia Topuria, there is no shame in having a doctor stop your fight against Justin Gaethje because it can only get worse from there. But a very, very intriguing moment here at the end of round 3, beginning of round 4. Justin Gaethje clearly in the driver's seat, Brandon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then after that, and after, you got to wonder what Gaethje's thinking, because at first he sees the doctor tell him he can't go, and then the doctor tells him he can go. And now you went from, all right, I just won the fight, to now, okay, now I got to come back out here for the 4th round. I mean, it's extremely, extremely interesting as Gaethje gets a takedown there. Extremely interesting, especially when you start to think about what, like, especially if Topuria loses this fight and he takes more damage, and God forbid something else happens. Like, you got to wonder at what point did somebody say to the doctor, you can't stop this fight?
Safe to say though, Brandon, in my opinion, and it's not a professional opinion at all, but safe to say, if Topuria does not show some signs of momentum here in this 4th round, we're likely getting a stoppage if Justin Gaethje beats him up even just a little bit more here.
He looks so
I
bad.
think any more damage to the face, and referee Mark Goddard, in my opinion, is the best referee in MMA. So Mark Goddard going to watch this one closely, and I think if Gaethje continues to just beat him up, Goddard will step in, and if we get to the end of the round, I do not see unless Topuria finds momentum, which is not happening right now.
He
Topuria
just reached up and grabbed that eye again.
right back to the left eye. That left eye is nearly impossibly closed completely. I mean, give credit where credit is due for Ilia Topuria for hanging in there, but we've talked about some of these wars and battles that these fighters go through, Brandon, and this one is one that will potentially truly change Ilia Topuria after tonight.
Oh, absolutely, 110%. It might change him for the better. You
Yeah.
don't know. Like, this might be the fight where he looks at it and he's like, "You know what? I wasn't prepared the way that I thought that I was prepared for that fight, and that'll never happen again." Like, you could absolutely see that. You could see a better Ilya Taporia than what you saw before this fight come back out after a loss to Justin Gaethje if he in fact does end up losing this fight. But you could also see it the other way, right? Where you could see Ilya Taporia lose 2 or 3 straight. Like, this could really do some damage. And yeah, man, he is covering that eye again, and both eyes are just bleeding. Like, he looks like I don't know if you've ever seen that movie where like the guy like his eyes are shot out and there's just blood coming from his eye. Like, that's what he looks like right now.
Yeah, it is not a pretty sight, but kudos to these guys absolutely delivering in the main event. If you want to know why you stayed up till now 1 a.m. Eastern time, it is for this very reason. What a night so far! What a performance so far from Justin Gaethje. Only clearly lost round two. I've got him up 2 rounds. Given the next 90 seconds, I'm going to have him up 3-1 here. And again, I am going on record right now, Brandon, saying this fight doesn't make it to a round 5. I think the doctor will step in and stop this fight. Taporia getting a trip takedown. He's now grabbing mount and top position on Justin Gaethje, but how much does he have left in the tank? A minute 10, 70 seconds left to go. He just cut open Justin Gaethje with an elbow, but Ilya Taporia just you got to imagine these shots have to come from so close because he cannot give Gaethje any space, and Gaethje just gave up his back, but he crawls out the back door, no pun intended. And what a moment for Justin Gaethje to get back to his feet.
Yeah.
Brandon,
I know you said he busted Gaethje open, but that was actually just Taporia's blood dripping onto Gaethje's face.
beautiful, beautiful. Actually, I don't know if Justin Gaethje can get busted open in this fight. He has not bled once. Ilya Taporia, I mean, at that point,
He's
right
done.
there, in that very desperation attempt at a takedown, if I'm Mark Goddard, I'm looking at this is possibly the last round of this fight.
Yeah, no, I would completely agree. I mean, Taporia is just, I mean, he's done. He's not going to quit because look, give the guy all the credit. I mean, tough as nails. Toughest SOB I've seen in a long time. But you just, I mean, man, I don't know how you let this keep going. I really don't. And he's calling the doctor back in again.
Immediately, Mark Goddard calls the doctor in, and we are going to see how this plays out
And
here.
Taporia almost missed the seat. He couldn't even see the seat.
Yeah, I believe
It's over.
that's it. The fight is over.
Oh
Brandon
my
Ilya
goodness.
Taporia has been defeated. Justin Gaethje is your undisputed UFC lightweight championship. Do a backflip, Justin Gaethje. Fall
Oh
on your
my
head.
goodness.
The highlight has delivered one time. It has finally come true on the South Lawn of the White House. Justin Gaethje, the undisputed lightweight champion of the world.
Wow.
Ilya Taporia goes down. Doctor referee stoppage after round number 4. That is a TKO victory, folks. Brandon, immediate reaction. Justin Gaethje, your new lightweight champion.
Look, just a complete fight from Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje came out with all the noise being about Ilya Taporia, with all the noise about the UFC pushing Ilya Taporia, with all of that stuff. And Gaethje just came out and delivered. And Gaethje came out and did exactly what we've seen Justin Gaethje do time and time again throughout his career. He has beaten some really tough opponents, and he did it again here tonight against Ilya Taporia. And look, it wasn't easy. Taporia had him hurt a couple of times, but Gaethje just kept finding a way and kept coming back. And that jab, and he found the jab working, he found the right hook working, he found the clinch working, and he kept going back to it. He fought a perfect fight tonight. And instead of going crazy, and instead of doing the unhinged thing that we've seen Justin Gaethje do, he found what worked and he went to it. And that's what won him this fight ultimately.
And you look at all the things that Justin Gaethje has gone through throughout his career, getting to the UFC, always, as I said earlier, being the bridesmaid, never the bride, two-time interim champion,
Yeah.
BMF champion, now the undisputed, no doubt about it, no questions asked. You could argue, but he will answer. He is the highlight, the undisputed champion, Justin Gaethje. What a moment. Brandon, we will put a bow on it, but I want to say this, and I'm going to steal this from something I saw on Twitter today, which said Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl, Indiana won the national championship, and the New York Knicks won the NBA title. Follow your dreams in 2026 because it is clearly being proven in sports that anything is possible. For the first time in 53 years, the Knicks are the world champions. The Carolina Hurricanes win their second ever Stanley Cup. And then it feels so apropos, so poetic that at 1:05 a.m. Eastern time, just a few minutes ago, Justin Gaethje wins his first ever undisputed lightweight title on the White House South Lawn. A truly historic night for the Highlanders.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 110%. A great fight for Gaethje, a great moment for Gaethje. This is something you're never going to forget about Justin Gaethje's career. Is the night that he walked in onto the White House lawn and took care of business against Ilia Topuria, one of the best in the world. A guy who had never lost, who was 17-0, a guy who a lot of people thought was not going to lose in this division. And Justin Gaethje just took it to him. And Justin Gaethje did what Justin Gaethje always does, and he shows out and he performed. And we talked about it before the fight. We were both on Topuria, but we both wanted to see Gaethje do this, and we both wanted to see Gaethje get this win. And they're showing right now the knee at the end of that round that might have just absolutely 110% just finished it, because Topuria was just, I mean, again, he couldn't move. And his corner was calling it too.
Yeah, so I wanted to clarify that because the broadcast just clarified it as well. Ilya Topuria's corner stopped the fight. It was not referee or doctor stoppage. It was his corner. Brandon, over 4.5 hours. What a great time. What a great moment. We will be back at 10 a.m. Eastern for Coach and Company. No rest for the wicked, sir. Final thoughts from you.
Man, what a great night. A great night for the UFC 250, a great night at the White House, great night for Justin Gaethje, and a great night for you and I to sit here and watch some UFC together and get talking, brother. It was a fun time to sit here with you.
A memorable event and a memorable broadcast for you and I. I echo those same sentiments. Thank you, as always, to Producer Man and the coach for allowing us to do this and having faith and trust in us. We had quite the turnout in viewership, so we appreciate every single one of you. Obviously, 4.5 hours. Do not expect you all to stay from start to finish, but what a night. Ilia Topuria defeated for the very first time Justin Gaethje, your undisputed lightweight champion for the very first time. Cyril Gane, your interim UFC heavyweight championship, as he defeats Alex Pereira. All that and so much more in a 7-fight spectacular event. For Brandon Combs, I am Mike Pendleton. We will see you guys tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, right here on Coach and Company. Thank you very much.